Blood in my eye. George L. Jackson. To the black communist youth. To their fathers. We will now criticize the unjust with the weapon. My dear only surviving son. I went to Mount Vernon August 7, 1971, to visit the grave site of my heart, your keepers murdered in cold disregard for life. For a headstone and 2 extra sites, blood in my aisle. Preface. His introduction to George Jackson's Soledad brother wrote, "Nothing has been willed, written for the sake of a book, OT is both a weapon or liberation and a poem of love." This book, too, is a weapon, but one entirely willed and purposeful. TT was completed August 21, 1971. It was sent out of the Adjustment Center at FIC2 almost as if the author knew that he would never lee in print. Ibn I. George said, "TM not a writer, but all of it's me, the way I want it, the way I see it." What he saw and what he wanted, the central passion of his life, the revolutionary war of the people against that of oppressors, a war which grew out of perfect love and perfect hate. "TVE been in rebellion all my life," he wrote in on his letters. For a young black growing up in the ghetto, INA. Law came at 14 when he was arrested in Chisago for stealing a purse. From then on, his life was a constant succession of arrests, juvenile homes, paroles and more arrests. At age 18 he was convicted of stealing $70 FRIN. His lawyer. "Old make a deal with the DA if George confessed to second-degree robbery." He told George it was Faye's expense of a trial, and they will give you county time. Instead he was given an indeterminate sentence, 1 year to life. "The first time I was put in prison, it was just like dying. Just to exist at all calls for some very heavy psychic adjustment. Being captured was the first of my fears. It may have been an acquired characteristic built up over centuries of black bondage." The turning point in his life came when Soledad brother, the prison letters of George Jackson. "I met Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Engels, and Mao, and they redeemed me. For the first 4 years, I studied. We attempted to transform the black criminal mentality into a black revolutionary mental ity*. He alone in his discovery. At the same time, other ex-Pearsoners were just beginning to discover Marx, Fanon Vitae Th10, who them with a new way of regarding themaktv and ergl tanda, moral judgment. Have been in rebellion all my life. I just didn't know it. The social insights of Manjarks and others made it possible for them. Erhud. In prison, commitment to revolution has a special Ari. The prison authorities means an almost permanent seva of paroles tnne from the other prisoners, sitar im security v the food. It brings Tao, entire punitive and repressive force of a completely retained syst ide prison. George practiced a very special kind of ibid. Devotion and love. When convicts talk about him, they often se the term for real. Many inmates murder mouth and sell wolf tickets, they do a lot of heavy talking, but it comes down to the point of action, they disappear. George, however, was as good as his word. Whenever he made a statement of some kind, it would be followed by action. A victim of Inc Ison, there was Sid most of his offenses inside prison. The reasons why: solitary confinement, including the infamous strip cells *sol le dads o wing, the te reasons why he was never parole-ed. Inmates. Particularly dangerous to the copyright prison authorities was this enormous talent as an organee. To be together. We have got to be in a me of those whites are willing to work with us against a 6x8 cell with no protection from wet weather, deprived of all. On the cold canvas floor. The pigs. All they got to do is stop talking honky. When the races start fighting, all you have is one maniac group against another. That's just what the Y8. Shinari groups is one of the major themes of this book. Try to remember how you felt at the most alr deepest days. To the ball, wee hours a. Ked down inside his cell, George devoted himself to Sud. His painfully side scholarcy in the fields of professors. But sometimes, for days on end, reality itself would vanish from his. I would be sitting in a special locked isolation cell, I shut, and there sometimes lock welded. Would be no one to talk host the sound of screaming voices. And because there is tact, depend on books. No contact with people. Special lock. Welded on nobody around. I'm strictly by myself. The only friend I had was, okay. Sometimes I'd find myself talking out to or I'd sort of wake myself up and I'd hear myself talking to this other. Unpublished interview. Unpublished interview. 13. Person. Guess it was like some kind of wish fulfillment. When asleep at night, I still find myself talking to those guys. Typing laboriously on a plastic typewriter, George Pub. Shinari Potts from a Marxian point of view. Le paid a heavy price for his activities. When the prison couldn't break him through solitary C confinement, they I'd be some good. Once he remarked that there had been 20 cell he was always ready to parry an attack. But nothing could mitigate the pain of confinement. And the years stretched out and a whole decade passed. And the context of his life, what happened next had. January 13th, 0, a new exercise yard was in TL Axi security wing of Soledad Rison. 8 whites and 7 black. Kin. Broke out between the whites and the blacks. Without any warning, a tower guard who had a reputation as a unpublished interview. Crackshot began to fire. He fired 4 times and 3 key black inmates were killed. Prisoner was wounded in by a shot that ricocheted. Survivors claim that one of the Wowmi bled to death on the concrete floor. 3 days later the Antari County grand jury found that the killings were justifiable homicide. Less than hour after announced on the prison radio, a white guard, not the guard who had fired the TS, was found beaten to death. All the convicts in WIWN. On February 28, Fleta Drumgo, John Clutchett, and George Jackson were formally charged with the Mur i.e. prison authorities accused George because, in the Iwar he was the ONL who could have done it. With their total power over the inmate population high kind of testimony they needed when the trial came. George's parents came to visit him. They used in Tr. Ge the murder of the guard on the 16th of January. Jonathan began to get his first taste of American justice. Jonathan himself wrote, "People have said that I am obsessed with my brother's case, and the movement in general. A person that was close to me once said that my life was too wrapped UW in my brother's case, and that I wasn't cheerful throw for her. It's true I don't laugh very much Ave, but one question to ask all you people, Andy Renee. At Jane Inc. like you, what would you do if it was your?" On August 7, 1971, Jonathan Jackson entered a courtroom in San Rafael, California, and attempted to free 3 black convicts, one of whom on trial for assaulting a ard. Med the convicts AINTOK 5 hostages, including the assistant DST attorney and the Jude, NM dressed in his robes. He died a few minutes later of bullets inside a vented yen van that was being used for the getaway. "We're taking over," he said. At 17, Jonathan had steady zero come to the conclusion that the only way he experience of life in America had convinced him that the leeways you can take our pictures. We are the revolutionaries. A criminal, because he no longer recognized the legitimacy of white law. When his sister heard the news of his death, she cried out, "But he was only a boy." Her mother corrected H&N. "Jonathan he was going to live like A.M. After his death, George W. wrote in a letter. Thaven T shed one tear, I'm too proud for that, a beautiful, dutiful man-child with a submachine gun. Knew how to be with people. I loved Tonatha, but he death only sharpens my fighting SPI. ID just to nave on thal he was flesh of my touchlut of my BLO. WS conference 3 days after, he said, I loved that WRTT was the first to stand him up in his crib. Not a crib, I wanted to teach him how to fly. I'll think of him now as I think of Che Guevara. George Jackson's last book, Blood in My Eye, speaks. And his brother, Jonathan, but the living dead in all of the jails and ghettos of this country. It speaks with the voices of the who have already given themselves up for dead. And who have nothing left to give except a death for the people. It is very much a book by a man who considered himself doomed. In his last letters, EOREWW wrote about the judicial process as the endgame. He had foreseen and foretold his assassination at San Quentin 1,000 times, 10 ya. 17. Of blocking knife thrusts and the pick handles of sadistic pigs. The fact that the author of this book lived with his death for so many years gives his book a kind of special importance. But it would be a mistake to consider it simply as the work of an individual. George always refused to consider himself an individual. Untold thousands both inside and. His book was written harrily in Bedlam, with the Authortavkia in solitary for a minimum of 23 and a half a day, in the midst of raucous screaming that never stopped, the prisoners being beaten, the screams of men retreating from intolerable pain into madness. A book about taking the revolution that George worked and died for inside prison out into society at large. His message to his revolutionary authors is crystal clear. Settle your quarrels, come together, understand the reality of our situation, understand that fascism is already here, that T generations in revolution. Pass on the torch. Join us, give up your life for the. George Jackson was shot and killed inside San Quentin. 18. On August 21, 1971. The convicts who were with him inside. Official Saker *. This would only have been in keeping with the character of his entire life. Gory Armstrong, October 15, 1971. Shortly after the author's death. Blood in My Eye. St. Accept the eventuality of bringing the knees, accept the closing off of critical. AR 228. Ked in, the house to dash hose arches, ominous of dia. March 28, 1971. Letter to a comrade *. My Ister if your ID the political H words and your messages, I sense that we are still together. We've gone through approximately the same changes since they separated us, the confused flight to national_evolutionary Africa, through the riot stage of Rebuy America. We have finally arrived at scientific coalitions as Hopi and Medbor But I was almost certain that wouldn't be my destination, brother. Though I no longer adhere to all of Nichayev's Revolu, too cold. Ecology, revolution should be love-inspired. His first line contains the incontrovertible truth: the black revolutionary is twice doomed. Times I wonder about the present state of revolution. A prison comrade of the authors who must remain anonymous. Fonichayev, an early Russian nihilist. His catechism can be found in Zerat, the Story of Terrorism, by Robert Payne. Airy Black Consciousness. It's really annoying to hear blacks. Here Fovins they are the really dangerous people. When we honor to Fig HT. The EY will use the tacticana left-wing causes to protect their bosses white right. You must teach that socialism, or Manalst, is as old. East Afri Zion in the original East African tongues. The only independent African societies today are socialistic. Those which allowed capitalism to remain are still neo-colonies. Any Black who would defend an African AAE dictatorship is Ukafaz as Hoover. Our people are living under these so-called RCV6 cultures. The Congo and the entire West Coast ICAI Sana. Nate by westernized black right-wing puppets. I'm THLYSIHI, young ones too. They'll be your main source of opposition in communizing. Asterisk fictional hero of the Langston Hughes stories ed. The black colonies here. The good white people who own things will always give them a few inches in their paper other media. That W fascism works, influencing the asses and institutions browse elites. Talked to several black lawyers when I got this last case, but they abandoned me the moment I attacked Anglo-Saxon law, capitalism, and the blues, and then went on Onai's black ERS, Kwame Ma, C. Kauturi, Nyerere and D. Odinga, instead of Kenyatta, Lumumba ins of that Jew Free town. That will be your main source of opposition. The subtleties, some are simply confused in an honest way. Some of the arguments they pose will center around the anti-be socialism, communism, or capitalism. Often they'll leave out the denunciation of capitalism altogether. You must explain the economic motive of human social Aussies can EI production of their needs, the various asterisk types of totalitarian methods. And the Tsar method. Fala is people's government, and Lee's government and economics is socialism, celestial, and materialist. How can societies be governed? There must be hierarchies or the elimination of hierarchies. Then show that the greatest contributions to Celitarian came from Africa, the greatest and the first. Raid, you will encounter the faint-hearted and ilsical types like Ali/Clay, entertainer and tool of capitalist cliques. Their line is, ain't nobody but black folks die illusion. Little looks the fact that we always have done most of the Ying USS foreign wars. The point is now to construct a situation where someone else will join in the dying. If it fails and we have to do most of the dying anyway, we're certainly no worse off than before. We find ourselves today forced into a re-examination of the whole nature of black revolutionary consciousness and its relative standing within a class society steeped in a form est variation in skin tone. The great majority or blacks reject racism. They have never found it expedient, wise or honorable to take on the stress that for blacks a concern for the asterisk survival of the race is not, patently not, definable as our explanation for social phenomenon, past, present or future, must present valid arguments and proof. As we travel back into history, honest descriptions and definitions will inevitably overlap. They will differ depending on their as little subjective interpretation as possible from today's world. The present, due to its stay-bearing complexities, is predictions about the future with action, so all my comments must be considered the merest. Must consider other comments in this area. They merit attention only in that as I me tem it won't be onset before I go registered about roving slave. The social phenomenon that engages my whole consciousness is, of course, revolution. Me slave and revolution. Born to a premature death, a menial, subsistence wage works odd job man, the cleaner, the caught, the man under hate. Yes, without bail thal ts sme, the victim. Any Tomer. Shin yesterday can kill me today with complete immunity. Leith. In every sense of the term, in every sense that's real, I'm a slave to, and of, property. Revolution within a modern industrial capitalist society and only mean the overthrow of all existing property relations and the dest, all institutions that directly or one indirectly support existing property relation ions. At must endorse the present state of property relations or who stand to gain from it. Anything less than this is reform. Government and the infrastructure of the enemy capi. Lem, property relations. Otherwise there is no revolution. Reshuffle the governmental personnel and forms, without T. You have produced he another reform stage in the ID to alter. Answers, to remedy the critical debt of advanced industrial state ordered 01 anti-quat greed confused motives, rests with control over traduction et distribution f wealth. If the 1% who presently control the wealth of the society maintain their control, any reordering of the state, the changes cannot be S0 be revolutionary. The prerequisite for a successful popular revolution is junk ma. Pop all classes into one, that is, destroy the class state, asterisk. And Garrissy, The Coming of the New International, New York, World Pub Latin 1970, p. Revolutionary change means the seizure of all that is held by the percent, and the transference of these holdings into the hands of the remaining 99%. If the 1% are simply displaced by a not other 1%, revolutionary the fact of the modern corporate Anita state can only mean the ICS and culture the mechanics of distribution must be reversed. We propose of the entire 99% who are being manipulated, can never be the personal property of an extraneous minority motivated solely by the need for its own survival. And that extraneous minority will never consider the proper solutions. Fourth Reich, a lieutenant governor of California orating public on poverty, 1/3 of the population will ill-clothed, and ill-fex. Lems are really conditions that we cannot change or ao not want to incur the disadvantages of enging. His ethy statement was a calculated Wienerstater ntie slave, revolution is itiv, a love inspire it's aggressive. It isn't well or cautious. It's bold, audacious, violent, and express, ion. Eho raising a fundamental contradiction. If revolution, and especially revolution in America, is anything less than an effective defense/attack weapon and a charger for the LE to mount now, it is meaningless to the great majority NCE on the intended are under attack now. If the proponents of Revolu into the practical, if they continue to debate just how to call the revolutionary ideal will be the loser, it will be rejected. Simple reservoir of revolutionary potential in America lay one in wait inside the black colony. HTTSSL1 or numerical strength. Lens of the productive system, and the fact or its present base of the whole class structure into the forefront of any black. Close to 40 PE center of all industrial support roles are filled by blacks. Blacks are still doing the work of are all that have been ALTE. The black colony can Rand will influence the fate of Ari Rage actually could carry at least the opening stages of OE, 4_equals. Counting some of racism. However, if we are ever going to be successful in 10. Blood in my fight. Tying black energy and rage to the international socialist revolution, we must understand that racial complexities do exist. When the Minister of Defense and servant of the people and the liberal left revisionists for their failure to devise a policy elective ideal other by a particularly vicious and immediately threatening racism. My brother Jonathan, a communist revolutionary to the core, writing me in June of 1969, theorized as follows. We are quite obviously faced with and zero organize some small defenses to the more flagrant abuses of this in a military sense. The period of disorganized of riots and RAL, and purely GZZB8 to happen, while we await the degree precise's moment when all Huey P. Newton of capitalism's victims will indignantly rise to destroy the system. We are being devoured in family lots at the ist. Are begun. Both Huey and Jonathan are understandably calling for racial genocide. Jonathan is calling from his grave, adding another voice to the many thunderous graveyard affirmations which, for us blacks, speeds the revolution to its ultimate issue. In order to develop revolutionary consciousness, we the highest point by stimuli from the vanguard elements. We recognize and appreciate the decades of hard, sometimes the old socialist parties. Perhaps we wouldn't exist at all were it not for their effort, harmony, wit, impetus and greater intellectual and physical energy if the forces of reaction are not to win another extended reprieve. A joint effort will make the task of overwhelming our calm. 12. Mon enemy all the simpler. But if our present difference is the correct way, then we will be forced to take the foundation of correct ideals and theory into our own hands and build a circumstances surrounding our lives. In his guerrilla warfare, Lenin wrote, new forms of struggle, unknown to the 8 forms of Stravili that we are now unable to foresee. Our words, the old guard must not fail to understand that circumstances change in time and space, that then, here can be nothing dogmatic about revolutionary theory. It is to be born out of each popular struggle. Each popular one historii new ideas. In the words of John Garrissy, building from one to the other, eventually the revolutionary cadre would become equipped with a theory rooted in experience, broadened by historia, knowledge, tested by combat, and fortified by 10 or 15 generations of laboring or ona subsist, ins level. 8p fail t ishi. Warfare, we question a strategy har seems to have stopped short. *v. I. Lenin, Guerrilla Warfare. Garrissy, OPCIT, p. 42. Of providing a tactic for growth and for survival. Terror tactics like lynching will never be allowed to work on us. If terror is going to be the choice of weapons, there must be pp. Plex be conscious of th, the such a upper structure any edifice that is s extensive and severe for ana for possible improvement of metho. Foundation of our strategy. We have studied man and d10 for at tii modern industrial state. We trained our bodies for the ordeal of avant-garde elements understand the simple importance of shin with the core issues on a broad basis precede hard to revolutionary acceptance of the fact that there is no alternative, or that the alternative is less inviting thioo. Achieve our ends? And how will we know when this is? It isn't the fault of the people, it's the fault of the vanguard party. The people will never come to us and say, let's fight. There have never been any spontaneous revolutions. They were all staged, manufactured, by people who went to the head of the S and directed them. The Hiberalist Lopan you can't get ahead of the PEO. Me is meaningle SS. From what other position can one rearguard leadership? A typical Yankee innovation. I think most of these irresponsible excuse slow colonial wars of liberation, the vanguard elements did get ahead of the people and pull. There is no other way in. Forward mass more. A vanguard which fears that consciousness will outstrip spontaneity, which fears to put forth a bold plan would co-iti those. With rearguard not implying tha that any vanguard party act out the IR. Who control no more wealth than some clothes, perhaps a worthless automobile, and a roof of sorts over their heads. *v.I. Lenin, Selected Works. Least contente ed. Task of a revolutionary is to make revolution. Fact snake and the meaning comes through a little better for us. The fascists have deliberately manufactured a false sense of security by various stratagems. They will never permit conditions to go of their control as low, 1-2 as bread and circuses appease. Clearly cannot dodge our responsibilities by giving credence to slogans built around conditions. Uncharacteristic fit of total madness. Should we wait for? In the 1930s also. The government's bread lines were backed. That decade, but the conditions weren't right. The guard elements betrayed people of this nation and the world as a result of their desire to seize the time. The list expansion, this time carried out by the greatest imperialist of all time the Yankee brigand. Their yenwalituation. Of like situations, if we had taken ourselves /Oriweti then, when all conditions were favorable. It was a slightly below 16. Conscious desire to avoid doing the us. Further violence, and in particular, that robbed us of our chance to win on that occasion when, ironically, at win would have cost little. There ante then even the illusion of Well Bay of Yport written by Comrade Tonathan Jackson in November of 1969 just before Fred Hampton ends Al and Mar. Avenue Panther headquarters in Los Angeles * he says. It's come down on us hard now. There are 20 IENT breeds of pigs patrolling every street in the colon, hurry. I mean every section of the city that can be said be predominantly black is saturated with the estimated gunslingers, of every sort. They're all nervous and ingrouse as king cobras. Spies, double agents, entrapment, a war of electronics, house, 101 STEs, doors being kicked in. I fay on these issues. Just not going fighting them by myself. If they kick down the door of a house I've stopped they'll fall in dia em at TLM Browning weighs something like 2 pounds. I'm not car. 2 Black Panther Party leaders killed during a raid by the Chicago Poli-IA. Clark concluded that the purpose of the police raid was to search and destroy. It also concluded that Viampton had been deliberately killed by shots fired at close range while he was totally unconscious. The shootout headquarter even throwing the police's own tear gas canisters back at them. AE. Reeing this extra weight around my belt for nothing. It's a 13-round clip, I keep one in the barrel, 14 shots. Save me a cell on Murderers Row there, I could have 14 murder cherries any day now. Try to get the Pete you're down every through street. They cruise just a moments apart at most. Some. Use said flamethrower, give him also 2 comrades in arms, one equipped with an M60 machine gun, the other an anti-tank rocket launcher. Pigs are punks. Give CC. \s sure they're too visible. At times what can we do against he's pigs ot? State it simply we put them to death. Why look at me as if to say, you're nuts, man. Why explanation their eyes go blank, or they are distracted New York SKE blocks down the ET. Why not? Hearing then. So what's happening? The things I say, for us, smile, seem too fantastic for the even listen. Yet. T-seat stick for them to go against the LAWI snub-nosed revolver. There. It the day of the real dragon is coming. Long live to the gorilla. Jonathan was 16 years old then had just that year been allowed to drive a car. He liked to drive, and gooey. That even vanguard violence was organized violence he retime for. And he acting to begin of his reports after the Chicago murders of Hampton and Clark and our shoot at Black Panther headquarters in Los Angeles he writes. The fact of American terror, slave existence in general, seems to have almost destroyed the nervous system of 19. The black man here. They are frightened, and feel they allaying so. Those that ed, those that escaped, those that refused to be intimidated, dismayed, prudent to the point of dice, have either down pretty cold. One Eden needs to be stand BP. More piercing, ammo-equipped M60 port in the front. Cab pointing in raw direction that the truck is moving ID read IRE. YNE armor player wa bullet may render sev. Errol of the unrighteous dead. And comrade, the pigs are so proud of their new little asterisk copters their suckers it's almost comical to hear them boast and watch them look to the sky i.e. pig who will get up in one of and G registered. K. Militarily it would have traded T to I pigs that. 21. The Panther Party is not out there on the limb alone, and Nan long live the Panther. Power to the people who don't fear freedom. Jonathan was 16 years old then, IRE. Consciousness is the opposite under, or meanness, BL Romoting consciousness invol and lanel errol dissemination of, the concept that each TN us is pi RT of. Hat THI vertigo, degenerative disease. Connections, cause and effect, the connection with the past, continuity, flow, movement, the awareness that nothing remains the same for long. And don't read and act out its imperatives. Not on its own will it die, but rather because the forces of reaction have created and destrucrathi iml lances that will kill it, the seeds of its O1STRR destruction too in the epoch of the bomb, the nerve gases, the massive precipitation of industrial wastes. Consciousness is knowledge, recognition, foresight. Common experience and perception, sensibility, alertness, mindfulness. It stirs the senses, the blood, it exposes and suggests, it will objectify, enrage, direct. There are no positive formulas for things so complex. We have guidelines, we are done with our books, they must be put aside, and the circ. For method will depend on observations, correct analyses, creativity, and seizing the sometime after the Nguyen 4, 1969, shootout around the Panther Party Los Angeles headquarters, Jonathan Combe of Termouth, meant on the connections, the Lave you grasp the significance of the backlash? It has stung the fascist. The people are in foment, all of them, of all persuasion. They don't dig midnight or RIAC. Ardly pigs perched WYNDIR roofs, the same gases manufactured for use since the VM's laboratories will zero. WI mail that the white man will protect it with his all, that the white man is a killer, a reflex killer hat all we can ever hope for is a reforming or expanding of the system too. 23. Lude the few of us who can make ourselves accept ABST's too big for us, you can't fight City Hall, happen in America, and all of that shit, vice. Asterisk you check all of the objective conditions are essent here in the black colony for revolution, the mean, want to, the real feeling, not the various pretenses. East Los Angeles hasn't changed a bit since you were out. What's is still a ZYG 3 of 5 registered O. Depressed area. Y of the west side districts are starting to resemble the older black dist rears. The FE imant is still the SA 40% of the nation's work for 1% of the returns, and us. Those who thought the bear their rightful ruler see him differently when he foams at the mouth, and bites at his. I think you were on the right track with the idea. Concerning repression. It has to be, a part of the revolutionary process, a necessary stage in the development of revolutionary consciousness. The situation being as it was and is, the Black Aryans' existence under capitalism, the nature of it, and how foul a piece of the pie would be even if we could have. One fundamental problem remains, the survival of the vanguard political party, and I mean in good form. We must think to the righteous fielding of a clandestine army. John Lennon, Guevara, and Fanon, all I in their particular fash all other form of redress must be exhausted, clearly exhausted. Elec. Confi. Aspect of public life must be shaken to the core. Years and years ago it may. A people's ticket of solid worker and revolutionary credentials and armed with an ideal platform only to be defeated. 25. A mudslinging opportunist warlord, demonstrably inferior, scum-swilling pig. Then pass out a pamphlet to speak it in Pershing Square or, years ago, in the campus hall. Today it is not a tactic, it's counter-revolution. After 40 years it's pretty clear that it will not suffice. Years ago, working with and attempting to influence union leadership may away the strike. Union hall speeches and pamphlet passing are playing at Revolu. It isn't revolutionary or materialist to disconnect things. Izing activity, to build one is ideally then materialist. The effect has been reformism rather than revolution. When any election is held it will fortify rather than destroy the sridility of the power brokers. When we predict Pat 8 in this election to win, instead of disrupt, we're lending or control over me the electoral process in the hands of the to seem isolated, unimportant, even extraneous. If these tactics still give the appearance of revolution to some after vanguard, when people begin to express their disgust at the DEMA-IES, they will discover in real action a new form of political activity which in no way resembles the old. These politics are the politics of keeters and organizers living inside history who take the lead with their brains. I.e. Botter WN Mass ATLI Hein in Entvale Wes, endlessly. In the Wiener retreat to avoid full commitment, to write Diff AF Revolution. Ideb. Franz Fanon, the wretched of the earth. Among us that has degenerated into ATL op-air quoting. Mutually exclusive or contradictory groups. The overall effect is to reduce you. Where more than one individual I is involved in any life situation, the fact of subjectivism will always make differences based on opinion and interpretation of problem exchanges, i.e. initiation. Ing will get WT done. All opinions are not of equal value, and there is such a thing as counterproductive revisionism. Ipidity unknown to our long-range political policy makers, participation in electoral politics organized. Particularly participation that tends to authenticate this site of revolution. It's a tactic for ULA fights with history as a guide. We could never make mental errors, i.e. history of the U.S. the blood-soaked, urine-steeped essence of its baseness, the wreckage and demise of its human character under TL a 200-year-old headlong flight with less tightened animals at the appeal on a strictly ideological level. George Wallace or Adolf Hitler FIA equals better at the polls of an honest election than Huey Newton and Tom Hayden. But again, Pres Zion is indeed a part of revolution, a natural aspect of antithesis, the to-be-expected defense attack re-i.e. Cogert toothless tiger. All arguments against this fundamental are false and lab to point of being feud a reagha power be seriously challenged with tycoon, the Fuhrer allow us to seize his privilege without it assistance. All jime with sleight of hand alone? Incredible. The fascists understand the value of mass PS psychology, are familiar with its use. Control. They are not aware of our existence and our general strategy regarding, the reaching of people. The whole situation can be reduced to a minority ruling clique engaging the people's vanguard elements for control of the masses. The ruling clique approaches its task with a to think program, the vanguard elements have the more difficult job of promoting how to think. Zero tactic can be ignored or discounted in such a battle. Power if threat is a small one, the fascist tactic is to laugh it off, ignore it, isolate it with its defense mechanism media. The greater the threat, the greater the corresponding violence from power. The only effective challenge to power is one that is broad enough to make isolation impossible, and intensive enough members of the society as possible. By compromising and playing at class war, we lose. If some effective means of 29. The vanguard elements only, when the ideal situation is for nothing can bend knock invasion, Carol, I. Anger others. Common sense alone tells me whom the people will turn their anger against. Perhaps for a short time they will be angry at us, but since the pig is a pig's eye it won't. Revolution builds in stages, it isn't cool or romantic, it's dad in it. L of 7 and our forces learning how to counter this repression and again pulling ourselves above their level of violence. That process is suppressed. The power of the people lies in its greater potential violence. And this power of the people their when Foco theory grew out of the Cuban Revolution and refers to the more or less slow building up through guerrilla warfare of a mobile future socialist state. Regis Debray, Revolution in the Revolution? Armed Struggle and Follial Struggle in Latin America, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1967, p. 24. 30. Thus exposing itself to the vastly superior firepower of the corporate St. There is no doubt that Fidel's FOCO was the motor to the revolution in Cuba. But nor can be any doubt that Fidel's organizational made sure that CO remained in the set of the much bigger revolutionary vehement, which it controlled or guided for its military and political advantage. The FOCO may well be active to mount the motor, but it is a long period of preparation, intensive organizational work to set up an efficient, reliable area which will not only regenerate the atmosphere of armed struggle by FOCOs but will, ICATI. Agendational communist parties of the RID claim that they are doing just that and have been, mostly peacefully, for 40 years. That Bejar had in mind he said there have been real stages to ground life. Bejar, and New Left revolutionaries all over the world, know very well that a revolutionary lifestyle is a warrior's lifestyle. By stage, of combat, that is precisely the way in which revolutionaries can be honed into the kind of organization capable of leading a people's war *. We are at an impasse now, because the next level of without calling down on the nation a corresponding and garrison, OPCIT, P69. Who dread this next level of commitment. They don't understand when revolution fails. It's the fault of the vanguard. Some of the fear is an honest fear that revolution will be repressed entirely. These thinkers have historical references that roll them back to Europe to the time of Hitler, Germany and Italy in the 20s and 30s. But I say that can never happen here. That was too long ago, too far away. Niggers on their hands. None of that ever had to happen, for the same reason that we don't have to allow it to happen. All reactionary movements depend principally on a handful of emails. Sometimes one individual. There are many thousands of ways to correct individuals. The best way is to send one armed expert. I don't mean to outshout him with logic, I mean correct him. Slay him, assassinate him with thuggy, by silenced pistol shotgun, 100-yard. Triangulation crucifix ion, burning with ammo thrower dispatch by bomb. Auto accidents happen all day. People drown, get poleaxed, breathe noxious gases, get stabbed, get poisoned with BA water, rats pains germicides, hemlock. Arsenic, strychnine, LSD-25 concentrate, cyanide, hydrocyanic acid, vitriol. A snake could bite him, nicotine oil is deadly, an overdose of 32. Dope, there's deadly nightshade, belladonna, datura, wolfsbane, foxglove, ionite, romaine, botulism, and the death of 1,000 cuts. But SE1 we're going to AVE to fight to win. The logic of procrastination has been destroyed. A PEOP. Press that they can't strike back in some will purge the poltroons and fight. Or just ignore the reality of power's automatic defense. Safes makes it possible for us to measure our own effectiveness. There. People why in the fight. Be truly repressed. There is quite simply n-0 wafers in a stab. Civ enemy. Especially in an urban void the vote's logic, be defeat in the opening stages of such a conflict, before a unified inevitability of Wanda for we are able militarily to organize violent depend limited, selective violence ted to an exact political purpose. In the very service of the people there must be totally committed, professional. Its quality. I'm the underhatches, the desperate one. We will make the revolution. Nothing can stgy the specter of repression we're already repressed. The Black Legion * and their terror leaves us cold, unafraid. We 33. Will meet it with a counter-terror. We'll never allow ourselves to be immobilized by a tactic that actually works better for us. The lynch murder of a friend it makes angry, not afraid one. Forefather trembled when his brother was lynched, but my immolation means war to the death, war to the utmost, war to the knife. Violence is not supposed to work in America. For no one, that is, Ha yet to be proved to my satisfaction st since I know that a ha and dismembers men everywhere else in the world. Why not lei int in Vietnam? Why won't it kill a pig in the place where pigs enter? Terrorism is a facet of urban people's guerrilla warfare. It's our logical response to the repressive measures. The rebellion. Our military cadre involved in this activity has the tactical advantage over the copyright establishment's terrorists. Of a political front we must remain separate from it. The ranks of these early soldiers must be absolutely impervious. In an armed anti-labor terrorist group active in the 30s, reputedly financed by sections of the automotive industry ed. 34. That as a leading pragmatist, Lenin believed that the only way a revolution could come about in Europe in his time was by the creation of a revolutionary organization. That organization had to be tight, well trained, loyal to its central committee, dedicated al for ideological reasons, hence splits were to be included. Also for security w, not only purges and sectarian rage during its formative years. And Lenin states that more we can find the membership of such an opal who are professionally and in difficult it will be to unearth the organization. One of Jonathan's reports contains the following. It almost impossible to trust comrades, not it here tt of this. They why say gloves to aft a black pig killed he was asleep. I certainly don't. And appearing before government testifying for the state. They were infiltrators to be with the house niggers wh to the high sheriff as soon in as someone whispered revolt. I think I hate them. Asterisk Garrissy, OPCITTV.L Lenin, Sealard Works. Worse than I hate the sheriff, or the owner. I'm just a young slave, you say, trying to understand and cope with my environment. I know personally ties have CE in revolution by time it. Of Deva, SBLE, Karenga asterisk and the rest of the murderous turncoat idiots, my finger fairly itches. Non-persons like Karenga, Leroy Jones, and they are doing cannot excuse them if the ease that we can see the average brother who has had opportunity or inclination to search the mantle of rise of the motor displaced the plantation, could it have escaped there? Asterisk Ron Karenga, head of a black nationalist organization known as USAID. 36. Notice that all the African states that really enberated themselves booted out the foreign businessmen and now socialist states? No, I think the strongest suggestion is that ni are working for the government, the new house niggers. And what better way is there for them to sell Thames to us than to scream black, 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 black? Tilboya, whose whole service for the WI sto redirect the revolutionary rage of the core into a thing more compatible with the interests on Western businessmen. They are spies, death to spies. Don't think it is a personality clash at all for us to teach these black pigs that we will not be altered from our at the reward for counter-revolution is. DNT continue to expect or wish for loyalty. Le will have to demand it. And that's both for idly fat HS who come to us in there. Fay is in EP make an SN example or gloves Davis even if I have to hobo to Chicago. They'll find him strung up T Street by his heels with our sign burned into's. Farrell MT. Team out. I disguise, cultural natal, and from the classdators who are SLE. RLL. TB devised to guard ourselves against. I defy do the choosing. 2. Once we choose someone to do the people's military work they should be annihilated. And 37. Tested thoroughly, and their background checked. There are patterns to people's lives, especially blacks, that if studied one can easily spot pig tendencies and of deals in credit. It deally learned through the various credit check institutions these days. We'll be using one our own INST for TVL per. IB pet into AE written stuff to help re-establish for ourselves the patterns of this. Soldiers BA now, Full cor gen. Only thinking in terms of a small, highly trained, super-secret, counter-Kluxist vanguard group. However, dealing with people you've known over the years and have seen tested in fire already is best, like me. You and your comrades, and mine. The blacks who join the armed expeditionary forces just for profit, the cats who steal them blind and hustle the other suckers. They are starting to stir, to become aware also. Is Vietnam adventure on the pie oft F fascist e. Sent HAV no lion groups and no problems, Savid the physical kindi. 39. Shins are right for the start of a protracted war. We HAV yet to hit on the tactic for control of attitudes, however of Hema wagons, that we're willing to ake it to the grave. Show of organizational skill and vala anti-establishmentism will a/ways bring on violence from the FAS, SIST. The people know this, so they must and I know that. IOU. Engels. From Fanonitz the time for talking has ended, the time for acting has begun. Long live the guerrilla. John. The counter-terrorist, faceless, nameless specialist in all. Whiffed, surprising, explosive matrix. In some cases of assassination, it may be wise to. The political content. 40. These workers, properly distributed and going about their ze sun with the political front, will shake the fascists to their very foundations. Their limited, highly selective violence is the absolute minimum for enforcing the demands of the LE. People who will throw down their buns and submit to our established power and history. They know that 01 armed man can control a thou, people's war is not site 0 proper. It is not possible to limit the scope and range of violence to what the enemy will bear without reacting. Any ideal, any activity that may people. War is improvisation and more improvisation. It is organize against whatever forces restrict their passage to power. I repeat, realistic, day-to-day needs should be the basis of the world, the universe. 1. That it will street stagnate and die for no man's village except revolution. We must accept all that it implies: repression, counter-terrorism, days filled with work, nervous strain, prison, funeral. Our PRI resent problem as soldiers is to protect our polity. That the people, as a political result, will make upon power. The soldier is the counter-terrorist, the bodyguard, the first of a military vanguard. The distance between him and the strongest are kind, calm, sure, self-possessed, completely familiar. And snapshot. Terrible Jonathan's teeth on the Elon, veal tool, hardened against the koi of the uncivilized jungles of the planet. Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, San Francisco tested in a dozen fires. Tall, slim T the new nigger, with a gun and the eyes of the hunter of men. These comrades must make the first contribution. They we gather there. Of death by. We should best sad add only that it's taken us so many generations to product. Building consciousness and revolutionary culture. The need for clothing and housing, joblessness. It involves provoking. Press Zion feeding on it. The fact of political of passion against the oppressors must be understood as rebellion. Even funerals can be used as an issue, since there will be so many of them. Improvising on reality is the key. The consciousness of the people. It will give us our tactics. 42. In the Black Colony and other depressed areas of the mobilizing and altering the attitudes of the people toward their class enemies. However, be said to be making it, affecting attitudes toward a revolu. 1. Of course, call for the destruction of their comfort, the of a condition where they will be either neutral or complementary to the revolutionary effort. TPS destructive effect it can have, an increasingly pervasive undergy round press with new emphasis on a mass S style, the vatting of it, both under the direction of an ultra-aggressive political party. These three, with no element ing, con. It'll be a revolution. Agriculture, no forward movement, with these three elements working with the harmony of a healthy organism. To sum up, the existence of a volatile vanguard precedes the existence of any of the other elements of a truly. The overthrow of established power, it will be attacked by the built-in automatic survival instincts of the established power. Compel II. Pow interforce to neutralize the violence of established power, antithesis dies. We are not contending with fools who 43. Will allow us to simply walk in and organize people to war against them. All serious Chang will be met with panic and repression. That is axist not allow ourselves to be hunted, imprisoned, and rand-ed. We will never yield to terror tactics. We will organize a violence of our own, hid. I've. WHT Phi ITI. Eakness, but there are tactical devices that if employed without restraint will afford us a very real advantage. The fascist, Ardwit can control 1,000 men, I know that this guard cannot watch all 1,000 at once. While his attention free. DOM closing on his blind side, my knife will claim his life. And thrust in the opening phases of revolutionary culture. To understand and relate to the necessity of violence in any plan to overthrow anything. Overthrow means violence. In our case it means putting to death. This is the last time till I repeat this for those of us who for one dread or another too receptive. Fighting originates from a well-developed kick in the proletariat. The working class is still the most society. However, the notion that they alone can or must carry the revolution is too ridiculous and simplistic for any serious consideration at all. The industrial working force modern industrial state may be one in carrying EIR. As automation, military corporate elitism, the connection through Maria, B of government, military and corporate heel strike, government controlled unions, right to work laws, etc. The argument that centers on the ideal that all can support a violent thrust verges on the ABS. Nearly 6.5 million of THT fine are working. Be convinced that foreign wars and arms are more desirable than their exploitation, and they must be moved to act in their behalf. Those who feel that they are doing well, and those of surplus value, waiting pay for the final verdict of history is not. He exid and H5D animali F the ruling CLX. It doesn't take into account the fact that they know now how to hold on to their privilege, old day. Surplus labor in Marxian economics is the number of hours a worker can work in excess of what is required to provide him with minimum sustenance. The product of surplus labor is known as surplus value. It is worker ed. Already in existence. There are more secret police in this country than in all others combined, so many that they constitute a whole new class that has attached itself to the complex. Repression is here. It's time to move with determination. After history, no ill escape. Our justice now historically classic line. Well, we didn't know. Repression is here, and to reach the next SS level of NF revolutionary consciousness and activity until that we are here, and resistance is POS, from a letter mailed by Tunzdar shortly before his death. Why do we go for this old shit? Most of the fascist functionaries live as unguarded as I do. I could slip a knife between Max Rafferty's ribs. The news and do. High eeps who sneak around in armored cars and jets are just as reachable. Anyone who will come out of his B shelter can be had. Imagine what Ixon's AD car war look like if I stepped out of code a ball of fire. Hell will be there but the guerrilla needs our help. When Jonathan steps I there should be for him. And there should be a political infrastructure, a cadre, not far away to explain his actions, and glean from 46. Them the greatest possible overall political effect. Prestige stands between the masses and a revolt against th. A litivere I organize violence, but the Indo-Chinese have proved OT too formidable. Your end task is to illustrate this point forcefully to the people. The fascist industrial state us, mechanized violence, but this systematic ideally holding action is helpless before the fluid, mobile, salimpelled attrition of people's urban guerrilla va faire. Police complex with some of these military objectives in mind. Econ the local guards or the security system of the leadership, given the fact that we are attacking and the guerrillas defending, which means catching the government in defensive position with its troops immobile. Ized in entire complex of national intent with its ever-present fears of an attack on. Chewing separately, to disperse the government forces in their pursuit of a thoroughly fragmented organization instead of offering the dictatorship the opportunity to concentrate its forces of repression on the destruction of one tightly organized system operating throughout the country, to give proof of its combativeness, decision, firmness, determination, and persistence in the attack on the military dictatorship in order to permit all malcontents to our example and urban guerrilla tactics while overrun with all its problems. Incapable of halting guerrilla operations in the city, will lose time and suffer endless attrition and will finally be forced to pull back its repressive troops in order to ensure the banks, industries, armories, military prisons, public offices, RAIND_television stations, North American firms, tanks, refineries, ships, airplanes, ports, residences of outstanding of the Regi's ministers and generals, police stations, and official organizations. To increase urban guerrilla disturbances gradually in an endless ascendancy of unfor actions such that the government troops cannot TV the urban areas to pursue the guerrillas in the interior without running the risk of abandoning the cities and permitting rebellion to increase on the coast as well as in the interior of the country. To degree oblige the army and the police, with the command their assistance, to change the relative comforts and rangularity of their barracks and their usual rest for a state of alarm and growing tension in the expectation of attack or in search for tracks that vanish without a trace, to avoid open battle and decisive combat with the and, limiting the struggle to brief and rapid, and support in, on, instruction of the Revolutionary Army for ode liberation. Prestige is an abstract, an intangible. It has no material bas. The senses. One can't touch it or taste it, see it, or smell it, it can't be heard. So how does it exist? Subjectively, in the mind's eye, after the fact of sorted circumstances that may also have been subject. We're looking for connections, ve the materialist approach is to examine things in their total sequence, see them. Images, but to take in the state of being in prose, maturity, thinkings in motion, processed into other things in eerie constantly laboring to determine had which res. Mance. Garrissy, OPCIT, p. 71. The prestige of power as the subjective effect of a past EED or reputation, real or fancied, has a very definite id process. The prestige of the CNA class inside the U reached its maturity with the close of the 1860-64 Civil War. Since that time there have been no serious threats to their excesses have taken on a certain legitimacy. Through long usage. Prestige bars any serious attack on power. Do people attack a thing they consider with awe, with a sense of its legitimacy? In the process of things, the prestige of power emerges. 8p its underlying basis violence. Having proved and established itself, it drifts, secure from any serious challenge. Its are ignored away, laughed away, or in the cases that some he ething dangerous, slapped away. To the masters of Ital, the most dreadful omen of all is revolutionary scientific socialism. The digger evokes fear sponse. Prestige wanes if t atta and its power base ind it waning. Prestige dies when it cannot prevent further attacks upon all intellectual arguments against the necessity of counter-violence, even in the opening stages or PLE's war against an industrial establishment such a, the U false. We can stop the debate, prestige must be destroyed. The omnipotent administrator actually under physical attack. They must be assured that the heavens will not hurl 50 lightning bolts at the peonies' heads for challenging the rights of property. Then, oof, international capitalism has shot its Van Pelts, iti is not Roy harmless. TF the threat T. Tige, we must anticipate reaction, accept repression's terror, and meet it with a counter-terror of our own. The gravedigger needs a bodyguard to protect him at this work, else the grave may be his own. The debate between the vanguard elements should end. The argument that the prestige of power will let itself to be educated away is too idiotic to be allowed to stand. Waiting for power all concerned. Blacks and other third world peoples have the. And we can now all see that the modern industrial state, motivated by the interests of exclusive groups of capitalists. Massive waste of resources and destruction of all that. T is question of the necessity of violence, but how to organize it to fit our Jew situation, to tie it with flawless exactitude to our political activity, and to organize it immediate. Comrade George, I read recently from a textbook edited by my favorite writer W. Pomeroy * that a city street. * W.J. Forrest Pomeroy, author of Guerrilla Warfare and Marxism. 51. Could actually be considered as a defile. A convoy of any kind trapped in a defile on the countryside is easy prey for the forces positioned above and about it. Jonathan. It is absolutely certain that savory fascist military thinker and OFA in the world has devoted time and study to the works the great guerrilla tacticians, Mao, Ho, Guevara, Pomeroy, Fanon, and Nkrumah. The fundamental of people's war are no secret. It would seem that Gyp's people's army. People's war or Guevara's guerrilla warfare, the other Nicork on poor people's war, once pub. Degree G. At least a cittle that I is, until one he has studied in depth and understood. Advanced scientific strategy, worked out over the first 3 kf this century, is not, contrary to popular image, merely a degree heighty and run haphazard affair. In pp of its poverty and daring, it is scientific. The man who labored over its construction had as a task the forging of an instrument which ties thought. It is a perfect tool, perfect no establishment countervail it. The best example of this new fighting style, the Banguervilla, is the spectacular success of the Tupamaros, the military arm of Uruguay's national liberation movement. Brilliantly organized, they have carried out well-planned operations, burning down plants, General Motors, without harming a single worker, robbing impregnable fortresses, such as the Casino of Punta del Este, kidnapping hated officials, ambassadors, and bankers, seizing whole towns. Long enough to explain their purpose and revolutionary police military outposts to capture arms and ammunition. Garrissy outlines their fighting strategy as follows. The objective is manifold. 1. To threaten the estab. The fact that for a long time urban groups will operate. Garrissy, OPCIT, P72. Independently each other keeps sweeping arrests of urban guerrillas to a minimum. 4. To demoralize the rank and FLE, and even the officers of the repressive forces, as they see themselves constantly but unexpectedly under attack. It is said that to kill policemen indiscriminately is to forget the working class background of the cop on the beat. This is as absurd as trying to save the ordinary soldiers whom the Vietnamese must kill to survive. 5. To panic local capitalists to copyright withdraw their funds from specific areas, thus hurt the local warlords and politicians who profit from these investments. 6. To frighten away foreign investors, which will affect. To constantly extend its intervention, which will tax its resources, hence discontent at home, and spread its imperialistic arms, rendering it more vulnerable abroad. His point, I must make clear that I am certainly not ETA. American government. When SE the initials USA in HB, IID that I could quite Africa, U.S.A. The government of the USA and all that it stands for. Point, and the means to this end, the problem is to enclop for acceptance of their use. The first struggle is one waged within our own minds. Ibid, p. 69. Ist in all haste transcend the intellectual inhibitions that reclude support of at least the minimum level of 6 lengths that must develop concomitantly with each PLE thrust. Our attitudes must change before we can expect a response from the people, worker, proletariat. We must accept the eventuality OT bringing right of he city with barbed wire, armored pig carriers Chris. €3 go 82 #IG of NT to the Scient movement, tail walls, hidden sub-basements, tunnels. Value of infiltration. It works better for us than it does for copyright opposition. We simply stop allowing zero ourselves to be. Secret police aren't really too secret at all. Right now we can go numbering, naming, compiling information on one them all there too. Visible to be G2? In Invonciering all oft establishments protectien size, even those that are quasi-secret, none can. Selves. Any establishment and institution or organization that 55. Neos, dresses that exists openly above ground, is by defini at least vulnerable to a determined attack. When WN purpose of your military tactics is to build and guard some object or point of supposed advantage, the guard himself a standing target. The fortress and all its resources, mechanized and human, for all its imposing strength, cannot exist for long under persistent attack deprived of the opportunity to replenish, repair, renew itself. If the copyright opposing ralliatory forces that have jade the siege RS, number 11 TT. ML Lions Head exist all about the establishment, when the establishment's military forces sally forth from their belia Guer fortress to do battle, what must be the result? They them to know us, thus making new enemies. They will and projects that are welded to the people, thus restricting thetic to them. They will make themselves targets for our hidden machine gun, sniper's rifle, silenced pistol, mortar, anti-tank rocket, flamethrower. Our enter-terrorism will bring on a stage 2 fascist repressio 1. There is no K, in our minds blacks, men in der hatches abs the one nature of te Mung class, the exceedingly violent old position of the USA ruling class is well documented with just a glance into our lives and the order or our deaths, s. The point is to reveal this senseless violence to the entire revolutionary class or classes. 56. Counter-terrorism is a image high tool, and the only one at our disposal in the opening stages of people's war. Cases in other revolutionary societies the level of violence alone was sufficient to win all he demands zero of the copyright PEOPLE. However, of the complexities of the USA class structure and its stockpile of potential further violence, many of the small gemins of a sizable portion of the population are slowly people. A new pig-oriented class has been created at the bottom of our society from which the ruling class will be always able to draw some support. Consequently our task stage of anger guerrilla unit % of the USA population live in cities and towns, and although some of the principles of classic orderly flow of intercity and interstate commerce, most of development of people's war. Whereas the classic types of the Third World movements generally relied upon the Strand. The colonies can be said to be situated within the city, the process or tactics will be unique. Though the basic strategy is the same, urban guerrilla. Of guerrilla against the God state. There are similarities b. 57. Uruguayan people, and perhaps we can draw from their experience. But to be realistic is parity in SI. Lation, the relative strength of the enemy state institutions. Uruguay is a colony of Anglo-America, defeat of the GDIDI defeat of Ion of Cent American Imperial Sinfreetristr. The comparison between ourselves and the /Gerian Habiration experience is almost untenable, though may be some small tactical lessons to be gleaned from this urban effort. It must be kept in mind that the principal battles that led to the people's victory were fought the countryside between massive French mechanized divisie de classical guerrilla army of the people. The battle for Algiers was only aided by the forces within. The people's fifth column within the city of Algiers was not a model of perfection simply because the principal effort Ari forces for control of the countryside at issue there in Ipari Ht1. Ars, some iron ore. FC located in the countryside and had to be protected by the war for control of the USA is unique in that it's acing our primary forces. Blood in my fi. In the valleys and defile of its city streets. USA colonial master, the center of the imperial process where UX to be recirculated back into the exterior and interior colonies. And a comparison of the classical forms of wars of liberation fought in the outlying colonies and the one we must yet formulate, a vital question is immediately brought to Araton. Does it work in such a totally different setting? A theoretical examination indicates that it does. In fact, urban people's guerrilla warfare may prove or effective tool than the classical type. The same advantages are present. Imply because the fight is taking place within the cities, the nerve centers of Nemi culture, the established government, exists. Order 1 have us levels and elements of the society. Law and order is their objective. Ours is perfect disorder. Our aim is to stop the life cycle of the enemy culture and replace it with OR. Perfect disorder within the cycle of the enemy culture's life process and leaving a power vacuum to be filled by building evolutionary Euro-ulture. And the fight takes place within the cities, the disorder. On the consciousness of the bulk of the population and will. The utmost. If the life of the manufacturing city is to be stopped, it will destroy some aspect of that factory city and undersea. It will not help the fascist cause very much at all when the armored personnel carrier or jeep patrol equipped with 30 caliber at the elusive guerrilla who has taken refuge among them. The people just will not understand. The cities of fascist U.S.A built straight up and with Y gangways connecting roofs, manholes, storm drains, Tivoli as any forest. There is the added advantage that just IR game, as is THSE when an establishment army unit rots a wathering, and no matter how innocent, in an area where does not mean that hard work needn't be done toward the 60. Ord. It simply had fail gain full support for violent confrontation doesn't made guerrilla warfare in its classical style an invincible. Developed areas, they will be even more successful in built-up urban American candidity. The facts that make it impossible for the EAEA overcome the attacking guerrilla army the availability of the knowledge contained in Thu Master Orcs on guerrilla strategy become clear when we realize tactics applicable to his particular military problems area of his imagination alone, a constant prevacing also working against the establishments general is its mentality. Vince's elves or have been convinced by their experience at war with other wins war. In other words, they feel that winning wars depends mainly on gadgets and they presume that they can place. They're locked in on a fixed set of systematized ideas that conflict completely with the realities of people's war. Ingenuity that has gone into the development of the Blitzkrieg has been wasted. A $100, unta and be destroyed with $2 worth of materi, and useless against the rifleman, and it also can be EED with one well by mortar from miles away. Then, too, the pilot, years in the making, can be killed with a knife. The copter as a fighting machine is the most stupid of all i.e. costly badgers, it can be heard from miles away, its a 10-cent bullet can render it useless. All of the aviations require IQ. The other commodities stops Fighting really depends upon the people and small easily machined portable weapons. Other factor that works to the advantage of the guerrilla army is time. The establishment forces cannot survive profile, their stages of life, while our new revolutionary culture is suiting musical chairs where catch go round excludes some meant of their control facto the objective, I repeat, off destruction of a city based. Perfect dicer to disrupt all of their that allow them to produce VD distribute goods, and this in be done from within the proces much more easily I really. Lisht government ever overcoming a determined internal smyrny. Ere very nature, the holder or owner and his guard are exposed and vulnerable. A compare, twi. Their mode of existence and that of the people's vanguard elements employing all the subtle scientific principles of power lies. Top-heavy establishment organizations that exist or are always a reflection of the men who staff them. Of F8 they're wrong the local and federal pig establishments. The complexities of the class structure have shifted somewhat. In a structure which feels that all of its demands on life et by the existing order. In fact, the working class 7 use 1971 cents WNB realistically divided into two mutually exclusive and conflicting sections, one right-oriented and conservative, the other left to neutral. One explanation for class consciousness. In effect, it can be said that this right-oriented sector of the working class is a new class, a new pig class. In their ranks we find a factory or construction worker, the ubiquitous civil service employee, the retired military and, the who sells used autos or insurance, the store clerk or longshoreman about to be replock ed by a only have pig tendencies and can still be redeemed. Outright pigs must be either neutralized or destroyed, killed. From the new pig class, a section of the working class whose masters, the government draws its greatest support. The forces of counter-revolution make their themselves felt sent on the loosely defined petit, bourgeois level and complex inverted staten of revolutionary potential the history of THEUS and its immigrants, the emphasis by the ruling class, and the apparent, not real, stabilizing of imperialist expansion, all can be carefully treated to explain the present copyright confusion and contradictions in the class struggle but of this I 110 Comey Raid New. Who has handled it at OE so far? This is a what the top-heavy bureaucratic agencies that exist with quasi-social sanction and in particular the ones that are given over to the maintenance of IA and order draw their in CE Pig CLD1. Vistic 1 NAP that is completely dependent upon regimen th funk. Tint T of MH the opposition is whooped. However, let me aia the serment if the observation that they make it they lack in sheer brutality. As a ae of their ginal drawback a to pity, they have x. 64. Bly to a technology based on massive and equally faulty them ever. Or to change themselves in response to any change in an attack. The very nature of their apparatus, its sap taggle. Ity and its size, tends to weaken it. Their growing demand. Iridic cannot overcome the fact that men, silly of the pig class, are cyclic. They think, function and live in oil and 7t is more to their detriment tt their science of control turns upon them to aviacan. And donate any New York activity without the strictest regimentation, without a massive meeting place to familiarize themselves with host years, without badges or uniforms to identify each other, without systematic patterns of thought and simple pig types. Can RV only learn to function by rote and in cycles. Procedure must be drilled into them and only seldom ever changed. Function the same way, time after time. Once he has learned the function, it is not so easy to vary, especially when there are errant numbers of the same types of individuals involved. Or think for himself just one 8-hour shift. Chaos. If it 65 weren't for THINE, when the out of the street by the Tsni when his bullets ran out. Cyclic men equipped with only a few learned responses can be watched, clocked, photographed, and anticipated. On the proper action, we will find that our enemies are vulnerable. The soldiers of the people, the guerrillas, though they AKO must operate with the tightest structure and I with there are not a factor in their OJ. The subtleties and fundamentals of urban guerrilla warfare can be broken down to their simplest terms. This WA. Mobility. Only the light, portable, easily machined or easily stolen. Tances. On rare occasions, he may hire or commandeer a piece of heavy equipment for an isolated or special purpose. This form of combat. The bomb in all its various forms, glore, morta. Rock fl waned nice the flamethrower, the poison dart, poiso, bullet, the crossbow, the knife, the fist all form the guerrilla NAL. Provision must be made to move men and equip the cities. That means making use of the new four-wheel drive civilian-type jeeps, station wagon motorcycles. The bicycle will regain popularity. Heavy vehicles, the jeeps, trucks, vans all ordinary-looking family or are commercial. Be either rented or commandeered. All dwellings should be rented and expendable. They should re-equiped so that leave NN exits. Tacker and destroy evidence. Food and clothing should be purposely siete. Clothing must always be available for dis. GOEH part of the guerrilla's function is to hijack PCOM-on-decked food in non-perishable form from the Y in backyards and vacant lots. He should also learn to want less infiltration. Right, no BPLOLIS and military and prison staffs. Our more gifted and better educated comrades could end up in the intelligence. 67. Units of the Army and Police. Our major source of weapons should come from our men placed in the military under est weakness. Any establishment's greatest weakness is the CTTHLE. This leaves th need for to infiltration. The guerrilla army that operates within the Y. The ambush. The only the ambush, the surprise attack. There must never be in front lines, or defending of territory. The only engagements HE'd let HG. Ning, aft counterattacks, we disengage and simply AD home to await ith high. Women, moving in convoys, on the toilet. Camouflage. Nothing ever appears outwardly as it is. The armor, sheets we be. A way as to make them appear normal when viewed from. 68. Without. The military safe house with tunnels leading in all directions and scent connecting with other ERR houses, a storm drain. Encasements inside the house camouflaged with heavy curtain IP. The inseed look lil house along the block. We must dress and equip ourselves with PP then private. Private interest polymorpho. Man, MS dries none, National Guardsman. High Principleville or turning the inno. Sense te against them. The result perfect disorder. Autonomous infrastructure. If it is our eventual goal to wear away the establishment's ability to produce and distribute goods, to feed it INE. We must, at the same time, both the military and the political arms of the liberation their vanguard. E-machine. Military supplies are stockpiled in advance with food staples. Depression days foraging and war years liberation gardens must be reintroduced and refined. The 69. Military must depend on the people for food. It must also prepare to feed the people from the enemy's supplies. And you have the very healthy, spontaneous mass looting. Pert disorder. At some point in the development of will have. With Che's theory of molding the new society around the stores, hospitals, banks, buses, army. This dual power, this building of Pola infrastructure and the military is succinctly stated why the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, Huey. We recognized that in order to bring the people to the level of consciousness where they would seize the time. Mia, and we know that 98% of the victims of this disease are black. To fail to combat this disease is to submit to genocide, to battle it is survival. These programs satisfy the deep needs of the community, but they are not solutions to our proofs. That is why we call them survival programs. High level, then the community will seize the time and deliver themselves from the boot of their oppressors. Following this strategy, we at once fill a very real poor white too, where the people are not pain-fed, clothed, transportation. Rise. This will create the consciousness ta comes from the introduction of people's government. It will help the Opal to understand the force and energy for Vatution. We are organizing them around their needs. We will not from which political vary. All political parties, as things stand, will support the power complex. Any individual elected will either a supporter of the Vedablished polities Dewey P. Newton, Black Capitalism Reanalyzed, p.c. Supplement Tom, Thlilpanther Iodororitate Nave Service, Saturday, June 5. Or an individual. What would help us, in fact, is to allow many right-wing elements as possible to assume political, i.e. warnings that our thrusts towards self-determination will bring on are irresponsible or better, unrealistic. The fascists already have power. The point me USTB to expose them and combat them. An electoral choice of 10 different fascists is Lee Hoosing WL wishes to die. Either of the hated ruling corporate class. It is to our benefit that this person be openly hostile, despotic, unreasoning. We are not 8. Or even 8 out of 200. This is a huge nation dominated by the most reactionary and violent ruling class in the history of the world, where the majority of the people just simply cannot afford of the world. They have been hypnotized into believing that criticism of the expansionist policies for imperialism is really isolationist or injurious to both TSA and the RR. We are faced with two choices: to continue as we have. Cain will be able to turn on the old culture. Collectively we have such choice. In a report from Jonathan Jackson in early 1970, he said, "We are not going to wait until the USA attacks the people of the USA or Angola, Mozambique, or any of the other African nations in foment. We can't wait. We shouldn't even allow this thing to happen in Indo Bank of Amhina, F America, Chase Manhattan, First National City Bank of NY, Irving Trust Co., the Morgan Monopoly, Acturers Hanover Trust, Continental Ill. National Bank, First National Bank Zero, Bank, and a dozen lesser firms all have great financial interests in the USL. In 1966 the investment in one small African nation was $66 million. It's almost doubled since the 168, 70 to 715% of goods from the USA entered the U.S. A UDFRE will be asked to fight the people of the SA because they're getting their people's army together. Joe, I'm not wait ir them to attack her, part of Africa or Asia, PTMM entering the war now on the side of the Vietnam. He black colony, USA, has little choice. We must enter the war on the side of the majority of the world's people, even if it means fighting the USA majority. We fight to live. And we're learning to fight. It'll be a war to the knife if necessary. And RT wait until the generation that thinks of blacks, etc., has been educated away. It may be the reverse happens, we niggers and gooks may be blown away first. Or, if we survive, what will we say a desert? We'll mass what people we can, perhaps that won't be the whole lower class. We'll mass ourselves and any ally and we'll attempt to wage a war on property and property rights. But, even then, il did. Syria iti the majority of the world's people in the reduction of this whole country to a vast wasteland, and a gra near 400 million of history's most damnable fool PEOP. PLES war, urban isle each po move to Port a corresponding military move. This unity of politics and war will to XSK Panther Party is the largest and most power force existing outside establishment politics. It is power OE the people. It is the people's natural OE vanguard. Now let us assume the NCE small, tightly vat totally committed and separate MTN equals vanguard Puka as Jonathan Jackson attempted to and was my brother and closest comrade. Knew him. T was VE real super nigger. He worked at it, hard. He took complete control of himself, he learned every weapon. The mortar. Third, with the simple stroke of an empty hand or foot. He was 74. And reaches down take up our weapon CVE two perfectly harmonious fists, the left front ram of the Black Panthers' political thrust, and the left back ram of the August 7th movement. Let's further assume that this nation is one huge CI Johanna, verse. This clarifies the understanding of urban people's war, the cone of the true internationalism, and T the connections in processes and effects of a people at war under a leadership of a vanguard which we a two double-edged. Why do to? In. We can now deal with them as a single entity because F the national character of the vanguard party and revolutionary consciousness within the inner black colony. All Anglo-Western cities are generally the same when they are old B. Talking about London, New York, Chicago, Petrie, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Paris, Berlin, or Rome instead of Johannesburg. Mao I featured the USA as the city of the world. Sir Ir. Board, I wish to make further comments on the hypothetical super 75. Technological city-state and its vulnerability. Any ponest expert in the overall strategy and logistics of classic mechanized warfare, the war of the industrially based, established ST state, will admit that the scientific guerrilla force must be outnumbered 10 to 1 in manpower by all. The establishment army, the defenders of property, of the industrial complex armed with the tools and weapons of war fighting styles. Recent reports, March of 1971, coming the Indo-Chinese theater describes such debacles as Sihan Rus a 40-ton Thai Anks racing in wild retreat before the pervs, puppet soldiers and USA mercenaries in they selves to the runners of rescue helicopters. Disaster for the man with the most and best equipment is threatening and imminent. Now is the time for us to fill the streets with our government with every weapon at our disposal. The effectiveness of rallies and one mass demonstrations has there the opportunity to effect intensive organization of the US projects at and programs that will form the infrastructure of our if the mass ale close, as they have in the past, with a to specs EHES and a pamphlet, we can expect no the people will be Americans again, instead of people. But going among the peopling with CLI and P8. Intensive organization and the sterile, stilted attempts to build new unions, rank and file, etc., or elect a socialist legislature. However, as we start the projects that will eventually flict with the ruling clique, my own personal observations lead me to the independent conclusion that the political vanguard and sent even its early project A to be defended. Culture's military, its secret police and vigilante death squads. Med struggle is at the very heart of revolution. If the problems of the people cannot be redressed because the lies and individuals, it means we are going to have to seize his pro-OT war, some registered form of armed struggle. If history is our guide, it clearly records that nothing of any great value has ever changed hands without a struggle or at least a show of, or threat of, violence. Men simply don't surrender what they think of as their privilege property except by force. History itself is economically motivated class struggle. Simply no way to compare this society or its Heil. Allende is not seizing property, his government is buying property. Until the Chilean ruling capitalist class is suppressed, the Chilean too. Forget the eco. Birth to countless socialistic hermaphrodites, always to the. So many contradictions that most have given up all hope of the modern industrial state or even understand it. England before the Tories or between the Tories is liberal socialist military dictatorships, clearly totalitarian, are ruled by trains travelling under the designation Revoluum Council. No, it has any substance if it conflicts with the NRTH. Obituary section. Blacks who seriously advocate revolution are killed the graveyard or the prison camp. It's a national cultural tradition. Since these are the facts, it follows that an oppressed class which does not strive to learn to use copyright acquire arms, only deserves to be treated like slaves. We cannot forget, unless we i.e. bourgeois, ifists or opportunists, that we are living in a society, that there is no way out of this society, and there le greater than 3v can be none, except by means of the class struggle. In every class society, whether it is based on slavery, serf, dom, or as at present, on wage labor, the oppressing class is armed *. The vanguard cannot stay alive long enough to affect broad consciousness unless it assesses the latent threat ot. Force. They're going to claim that our clothing projects, the people's bazaars, the people's stores and decentralized cottage industries are fronts for stolen property. The establishment will claim that the vanguard party is feeding and clothing people with goods stolen from the old enemy Cully. They'll claim that we're buying it from the city-state hamimpen who steal everything they can sell, or that we're IPers, an attack upon our RI projects, our infrastructure. The ified by a dozen diff. Yourselves on, our homes. They will attack us behind the fire ordnance, the sanitation department, the anonymous TPE establish and all of us who for resisting arrest, attempting murder and receiving stolen property, etc. It's as predictable as nightfall. I'm convinced that any serious organizing of people carry Shinary violence. Without it, the establishment forces will. *v.I. Lenin, Selected Works. His project before the people can feel its benefits. Self-determination requires a small, hidden, highly trained army equipped with the very best and most destructive of MENA weapons, and a bodyguard of counter-terrorists. Vanguard Party distinguishes itself in the service of people and superimposes itself over the OL tour. Throws out the city-state. Tactics designed to further the development of revolutionary consciousness must be based on the prevailing state of class and race antagonisms created out of the new relationship. We can be certain that H1 Falklandesti it is by then traded by blacks and other revolutionary people. Infiltrating the the ruling class's attempt to isolate the black vanguard commune from the larger body of the class structure. All cons to JSOR the vanguard community must be resisted. Cent Black Colony must actively invite other revolutionary PTE to follow their example. We must give refuge to the how and not delay our own preparations toward a united black revolutionary culture. No one will undertake to aid us unless they lead the leading role in the liberation of the whole city-state. To ability for our own liberation is suicide patient. For another 100 to 150 years. You'll get stuck with long theoretical explanations on consciousness or objective kindikire. It's clear that consciousness will not grow unless he is someone among us willing to feed it. Consciousness grows in spirals. Growth implies feeding and being fed. We feed consciousness by feeding EOPL, addressing ourselves to their needs, the and social needs, working, organizing toward a united national, left-ins infrastructure, then they are ready to be brought into open conflict with the ruling class and its supporters. This conflict must extend to every level of capitalist production. If out will grow, a result of this mass contact with the ruling forces. Their is fully move against their less enemy. However, there seems to be some question as to how seriously we should take ourselves and our WORLCEORO organizing. and we meet resistance, should we acquiesce, withdraw, wait it out or intensify? Should we meet violent reaction with a more determined violence? The type that put CD Fangs to flight in Laos? In other words, if the fascists don't like what we're doing and attack us through a LYNCL mob, IHE police forces and judicial branch of their government, should we relent? Or should we accept their violent? 81. Against it? Every step, every stage toward attified black commune. Form of violence. It is clear that if we don't learn to overcome all resistan I monstratives that we can. Df under Y step of the way. We'll take our collectivize them, defend them, invite other revolutionary. Todd P. Soy the fascist pseudo-mass culture from Whitlehin people move into more and areas of anti-tact with the defenders of the present state of property rights in general. Then we will discover that there are and their potential for violence. The size and complexity of a thing are not an index of its strength. This struck me forcefully or one. And spotted a photograph of a huge self-propelled 155mm IIIA man on foot, had destroyed it. The larger and more complex the city-state, the more it is dependent upon all related parts. The cannon was hit at Movistroid and the death machine fell of its own in weight. How? Or power, without water, transport communications, sewage * none of these can be protected. Their sheer a lot casse it impossible. How can the establishment protect an electrical supply line and the thousands of formers, etc.? Effective positioning of the guards is militarily impossible. A man every 25 feet up and down class that paid for the protection, since a break at any one point renders powerless huge sections of the area served. The cost of supporting the guards would bankrupt any nation. 8p by point. I think this is the essence of the poor man's war. Worker bees. The only valid form of union activity is seizure of union leadership by any means necessary. We must call strikes to enforce our demands on capital. To enforce the strike we slavery. Ty first impulse I.e. With right-wing union leadership gone and the Black War revolutionized through his contact with the Black Mun, even the fascists who exist without any sense of community or be or at least rendered neutral. Either way, they won't be able to reel strikes with the power lines down. Power of our Voltaire strategy isting beside our polite infrastructure depends on constant attack, attack, attack. Improvisation, aggression. An attack on Y. Feed and ODU Poiril YST. As I stated, the Western Materi experts admit that the mechanized establishment guard must outnumber the attacking worker by 10 to 1. They cannot afford to admit is already they cannot win. They're learning this in every theater of combat. In a class war, the EYKLID never even raise a 10 to 1 numeri. Arrate elements of the lower class, created by a long history why, the advantage is still ours. At 10 to 1, we still enjoy a strategic military superiority if it points vital to the order and continuity of the live super system, all at the same time. The points to able, protect super technolo city-state has grown so complex that it is completely dependent on its thousands of related parts. It has grown so large that no force can be. Rilla technique is to cripple and nally stop the life support. 84. System of the enemy class or state. The advantage of the need for the establishment forces to spread themselves. RMS Odakti the mobile have, not, the attacker, can concentrate his. In Mao's selected works, Volume 2, he speaks of ingenuity and mobility as necessary qualities of any guerrilla operate. The ancients said, ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. This ingenuity, which is what we mean by flexibility, is the contribution of the intelligent commander. Flexibility does mean recklessness. Clessness musjected. File XY consists in the SME abil ity to take timely and apt is of I. Crush him so that the final victory will be a. Asterisk Mautzedung, selected works. There are 20 points in the city-state to be pro-T. Layer. Kine F. Shin. The 10 points that remain and are guarded by the 10 units of protection must now meet the attacker on a 1-to-1 basis. The term NAAOE explicitly means first strike, and Tet Reich translates into advantage. Total. Selves for survival first. If we first construct the commune, a sense of community, a common interest of class. The objective conditions are present. To postpone our liberation with weapon in the world for close-range urban fighting. They are simple to make, maintain, and use. Anyone can be effective with the scatter gun, one simply points and squeezes your swing. Tanks are obsolete. They can be rendered harmless with $1 worth of grenade, propelled from the muzzle of the shotgun by a blank cartridge. Then, as a tank. Gasoline bomb. Enough gasoline, soap shavings and potassium chlorate could ank over on its side, or thrown from the windows of RTS. The gasoline bomb could incinerate the terse. We only be repressed if we stop thinking and stop fighting. P who refuse to stop fighting can never be repressed, either win or they die, which is more attractive than iosing and dying. The primacy of politics re. No stretch of the imagination can we hope to overthrow so determined an enemy without force. We will win. George. The American mind. Frankenstein's need-fi servant was an expression of his beau, 50 rhe era uele. Creature, pathologically, strong and who? Dear Greg asterisk. The breakdown of establishment conditioning usually beneficial to them. They begin to refuse their share of the spoils. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale left the campus to LEM. Craddock Society gave birth to the Weatherman. I.e. rise of socio-political institutions to their present form and complexity. The result of Chanporation, the University, the unions, the mass OE-dint foundations, the associations, the courts, the prisons, police national and international uniformed and ERS of state centralism. An examination focused on the his SDYII states, a study. Shinsoft these institutions. For my purpose, I would broadly divide the major and the other to discourage, curtail, or completely deny certain other actions. The unintelligible vastness of these institu. P1y small of HH of this can be demonstrated by documented evidence and asterisk a friend of the author. Feudable de tu il, corporative. Hierarch, rear conditioning, of course. The effects of ubiquitous self-negation inbred since childhood, of course, again. Inly M of capitalist M. Lee asterisk S. Esternivilization is dying because it's tied into an economic system that was decadent 100 years ago. Minority class. The rise of the manufacturing class was not spontaneous. Ability. Rather it is proof of a destructive will to power at any cost. Frankenstein's need for a servant was an expression of his dice. Demented, ugly creature. He censored the beast's activity by any growth of his mental faculties. A brain was grunna attached to the beast to provide a way for it to act. The East worked and fought the of his creator. The AST was content to watch the sent creator flourish. He lived through his creator. And when he finally saw himself as he was, he went ma the corporation, the foundation, the association, the media, THIITI primary schools are all designed to move people into very slave state, but the pre-ordering is done by the 0.1%, the ruling CL, II the COR. Th. 8ly how the guiding instructions are held together by red. Necessary. The corporation's flea market and the mass media are relatively new techniques of control, as are the institutional foundations and most of the associatie foundations, whether family or corporate, are tax-exempt financial mechanisms, ostensibly established for the fields they subsidize: scientific research, HIR education, educational TV, etc. The Rockefellers alone control 13 such foundation. Of 90 to 100 nations in the third world countries, mainly holdings variously estimated in value from $10 to $14 billion. Similar foundations are co-led by the Fords, Kellogg's, and Carnegies. When taxations are threatened, the tax-reupported international POAR-VET fail. Kate upon. When necessary, the Marine Corps and infantry intervene. Comrade George. American justice. For their freedom to prey on the world's people. Hate over the cost in blood. Dear Greg. Are for capitalism to continue to rule, any action that theaters the right of a few individuals to own and control public property must be prohibited and curtailed. Whatever repressive institutions has spent $1.5 trillion. Riley E. Acuted in the streets, ignore the fact that the bosses have looted the world. I refuse to make any argument with statistics compiled by the institutions and associations that I indict. Yet it is true that even official figure of the case against capitalism. FIEA. 1969, 28% of these crimes occurring in the ghetto. Since 1960, THDI. GITY. This is my 11th year of being shoveled into every major. The largest prison system in the world. What I have seen IRs is the leaving situation. The experience is anger 38 colones. My runes to the poison. Gas treatment, there too are 17. Turbut is far more accurately known as the hole. The A/C is San Quentin's triple maximum security, and all of these cells are filled, 11 of them with black men, every one of them without exception from the working class. Arrested, interrogated, or investigated more times than I care to count. I've learned 10 times and more all about. From the first moment I'm brought into the scenario, I place between myself and my captors. Depending on the situation, one learns to feign either indignation, surprise. The author was under indictment for 2 counts, first-degree murder 4,500. Upon conviction ed. 98. Idiocy or fear. At times the peasant philosopher face will work. I don't think I am an exception at all, as most blacks learn by age 15 how to handle the cretins who hire out as guns for the privileged. There is only one type of inquisitional situation that I personal cannot control, the SES thus ES, guile fails and at least learn how to protect the grain area. I simply have never managed to develop a technique against 9 armed who are fascinated with lamaging my private parts. But, PM still learning. All black people, wherever they are, whatever their crime. Ours because the system has dealt with them differently than with whites. Whitey gets the benefit of every law, every loophole, white people, blacks don't get the benefit of any such jury. Trial by peers. Such a trial is almost a cinch to result in the conviction of a black KP person, and it's a conscious political decision that blacks don't have those benefits. Howard Moore Jr., more official of the court, but not for the court. He's in a position to know he's honest, black, and tized society. The ultimate expression order, it's prison. There are hundreds upon hundreds of prisons. 99. Order, no social peace. Anglo-Saxon. Our Joel's law is tied firmly into Eckhart S. One can even pick that out of those vital states. Bohr's law protects proper relations, the cultural society that also tend to check a civic individualism. He rushed to learn how to instead of what is, are secondary teally, and intended for ild idi. And, my younger brother understood this point perfect. The purport of the Y and the Marin County Courthouse was more siniant or than its calculable effects. I knew him. Action. He knew that as he proceeded in liberating their army the hooks. The real significance of the August 7th affair. To Jonathan, sure was audacity, and me audacity and practice, strategy and tactics based in his mind on actual confrontation within this particular ITYI operating. If, at the same time, the Black Panther political apparatus, a fit of reckless, mindless gunfire, 100 automat goons shot through the bodies of a judge, district attorney. All activity to prevent certain actions, no cost in blood is too. It would seem that so much free fire would be difficult to explain, but it is not. Detected with this gunfire. Freedom must then be inert 1,000 separate ways, but it actually comes down, freedom for a few families and their friends _ freedom to prey upon the world. Acceptance of enslavement is deeply buried in the pathogenic character types of capitalism. It is a result of the capitalist rule. Compulsive behavior and disordered obsessional longings are actually made synonymous with character in our disordered society. But to emphasize these, spring is to copyright confuse effect with cause and further cloud the point of attack. So far, that what is needed is total revolution, the armed struggle between the have-nots with their vanguard and the haves. Purposeful and absolute destruction of the state and all present institutions, the destruction carried out by the so-called psychopath, the outsider, whose only remedy is destruction of the system. This organized massive violence. Therapesis of the oppressed mentality and the pathic personality that i.e. from contact with prevaricat ions of am meryl recanol must be carefully inte. Of effects tends to certainly promotes defeatism. Action makes the front. One can quietly refuse to accept the constrictions of bourgeois culture, can reject himself. A form of individual revolt, but here again we find another, He cannot escape. One simply cannot reject constrictions without rejecting and putting to death the constrictor. An armed attacker cannot be ignored. Gandhi and the gurus were all abject fools. I would certainly be for if, when critical flashpoints matured, I hadn't backed my rejection with blows. I would hate to have been a Vietnamese in my lie without arms. I hate encounters like the one at my last April 6, 1971 *. Attacked one me had all the weapons I would hate to run into without being armed. My pledge is to arms, my enemies are. If that interest is only a wage. If revolution means civil war IACCT on the sooner begun the soon. Don't think the enemy can be demofed any more carefully than this. Further identification must be made in the process. I feel elated that my brother died with 2 guns in hand. I'm going to miss him and all the others, though miss people in our tensely. I shim intensely, but he and the others who. Freedom. I paraphrase Castro on trial after Moncada, warn you, gentlemen, I have only begun. On April 6, 1971, at a preliminary hearing of the Soledad brothers' murder trial, a bailiff persisted in jabbing George Jackson in the bailiff with a karate blow to the head a movement centering on political prisoners. How can this AE1IFD? To isolate reactionary elements. Nidary conduct implies a search for those elements. H is for joint action. It involves a enuncius reaching for the relevant, the entente, and especially, in our case, the reconcilable. Gone history, the ruling classes have found it necessary to. But there have always been individuals and groups who. 105. Of the other. The men who placed themselves above the rest of society through guile, fortuitous outcome of circumstance and sheer brutality have developed 2 principal institutions to deal with any and all serious disobedience: the pre and Bories in the United States than in all other countries of the world combined. At all times there are 2/3 of a million people or hundreds are destined to be legally executed, thousands more quasi-legally, other thousands will never again have any freedom. institutions that combine to make up the order of things. 1/3 of a million people may not seem like a great number. However, compared with the 1 million who are responsible for all the affairs of men within the extended state, it would area few of the subtle elements that I have observed to be Tarian, to effectively reverse this legitimatized ripotions were not institutionalized on such a massive scale by and privilege, a reflection of the present state of property relations. There are no wealthy so few he general prison population that we i.e. Altogether imprisonment is an aspect of clax cerual from 106. The outset. TT is the creation of a closed society which at tours of a hypocritical establishment as well as those who Tory, the United States has used its prisons to suppress any organized efforts to challenge its legitimates att early worl men. A 285 ZSEZG. SSA degree 333 degrees 2 ZZ33S. Must be taught to understand the true function of prisons. Types of offenders or victims. The people must learn that when one offends the totalitarian state it is patently not an I that. The privilege of the pres ed fe or ral than the fans wage of thing be tapli indite nts, epeo, he state angel and ruckle main or rheopal. Of Thiel and Erica Huggins. What minorit, Bob BBYS rel ci the hierarchy, the admicate the people inomic crimes. They must be made to realize that even crimes that was decadent 100 years ago. All crime can be 107. p. In all cases, it is determined by the economic system, the method of economic organization. The PEOPLE of the state. vs. John Doe is its like statin. The people versus the people. Man against himself. Official. To suppress the forces of progress, prisoners must be reached and made to understand that from within, while I'm here, my persuasion is that the war on no matter dominated soil. The sheer numbers of the prisoner class and revolutionary potential. Working alone and from within a steel-enclosed society, there is very little that people like. Outside the walls. That is part of the task of the prison. The prison movement, the August 7th movement and all. Revolutionary consciousness at every level of struggle. The goal is IIBL. Of fielding a people's army. Of us should understand that revolution is aggressive. The manipulators of the system cannot or will not meet with the system. Years of capitalism, and as we move into more and more. When the rest of power fails, a violent episode precedes its transform, we can attempt to limit the scope and range of violence in revolution by mobilizing as many partisans as possible at ruling class has on this country, and its history of violence. Nothing could be more certain than civil disorders, perhaps than civil war. I don't dread either. Their AI are no good as nized in its destruction. And monopoly capital is the enemy. It crushes WHE life force all of the people. It must be completely destroyed, quickly as possible, utterly, totally, our ruthless low, OSS strove his as a common major goal, it would seem, and that open common initiatives and methods consistent with the gratefully across the ideological, racial, and cultural barricades that have bloed the natural coalition of left-wing forces at all times in LE for GLE. The issues involved and the dialectic which flows from an understanding of the clear objective existence of overt oppression could be the springboard for our entry into the of 2 increasing worldwide socialist consciousness. Order to create a united left, whose aim is the defense 109. Of political prisoners and prisoners in general, we must renounce the idea that all participants must be of one mind. With a single party line or with a single method. The reverse. EACH partisan, outside the vanguard elements, should work at radicalizing in the area of their natural environment, the rallies and demonstrations. The vanguard element, T.S. Commitment and providing concrete, clearly defined activity will contribute to the building of the commune, the infrastructure, with pen and clipboard ir in ONA, or those who aren't ready to take that step, a packet of pamphlets should be provided for their location. All of this, of course, means that we are moving, and on a mass level, not all in our separate directions but firmly under the disciplined and principled leadership of the Van Zero deal sectively with the American ordeal on a central committee. People's Vanguard Party must make its presence CERLT throughout the various levels of the overall. With FH the example of unity in the prison movement, we can begin to break the old behavioral patterns that have 110 Assism to triumph over the last several decades. We tap a massive potential reservoir of partisans for counter work. We pay a hoasi social UI products that economic man with his private s money red race ITVVESA cave THS most odic barter T to our needs of unit for last. Racism is a matter of ingrained traditional attitudes conditioned through institutions. For it is as natural. Environments compounded by bitter class repression have totally plus obstacle to a united left in this country is white RAIM. There are three categories of white racists: any overt, self-satisfied racist who doesn't attempt to hit antipathy, the self-interdicting racist who harbors, and racist, who has no awareness of his racist preconceptions. I deny the existence of black racism outright, by fiat deny it. Too much black blood has flowed between the chasm unfair to expect. Is either a healthy defense reflex on the part of the sincere black partisan who is attempting to deal with the realistic problems of survival and elevation, or the racism of the organs. Lack partisans, we must recognize and allow for the 111 existence of all three types of racists. We must understand their I must be crushed, for it continues manufacture new and deeper contradictions of both class and race. Once it is destroyed, WABLLE to address the problems of racism. While we are in the process of destroying the system, the self-interdicting racist, no matter what is acquired, whether the basic character of a man can be changed at or alley is still a question. But we have in BD immediacy. Validity of materialist philosophy again, because we don't fave to guess, we have the means of proof. He need for Unitarian CDC goes much deeper than the Liberavon of Angela, Bobby, Frick McGee, Los Siete, Tigerina, White Draft Resistors, and now the indomitable and faithful James Carr *. We have fundamental strategy to be. Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Erica Huggins, Rochelle McGee. Los Cisco of the Cherry of Ling, a police officer, and who continue to be imprisoned for L80. The Soledad brothers hearing on APA 6. He was arrested and now faces the possibility of return to prison to complete his life sentence. 112. Proved, tested and proved. The activity surrounding protection and liberation of people who fight for us is an IE struggle. It is evolution under new progressive methods. There must be a collective redirection of the old guard, the factory and union agitator the campus activist who can counter the ill effect of ism at its training site, and with the lumpen proletariat intellectuals who possess revolutionary people already living outside the system. They must work. Pistol black, brown and white are all victims together at struggle. The permanent struggle after the revolution, the one for new relationships between men. After the revolution has failed, after the killing is done, the ruling class goes on about useness of making profits. On withdrawal. Syllogism, 7. Argument with two premises and a conc. Zion, a logical scheme of a formal argument consisting of a major and minor premise and a conclusion which must logically be true if the premises are true. Merriam-Webster. After revolution has failed, all questions must center on how that the authoritarian reign of terror, at which level of social, new attack, RST, we, the black partisans and their vanguard party, the old and new left alike, must concede that the workers the shins that support them. This must be conceded without bitterness, name-falling, or the intense rancor that is presently building. There have by 0 depressions, 2-5 priya at a dozen serious recessions, a dozen brush wars, crisis. 117. After economic crisis. The mass psychosocial national cohatreating to fly apart from its own concentric inner dynamics. But at each revo, ID left has failed to understand the true nature of FAS never have a complete definition of fascism. Nans of the traditionalist, capitalist ruling class. But if one enough for all to understand, that word would be reform. Economic reform comes very close to a working definition of fascist motive for. A definition may serve to lavify things even though it leaves a great deal unexplained. Each economic disguised devil f. The fascist state. The modern industrial fascist state has found it essential to disguise the opulence of its ruling class. Consumer eye of the new state to participate in this flea market, the wage laws that mask the true nature of modern fascism. Way for capitalism to protect and develop fascism. After the German SS agents or Italian black shirts kick in the doors and hurt Jews and communist partisans to death camps, after Peg Leg White's Black Legion terror and the FBI, in other words, after the fascists have succeeded. His pose is removed, the ruling class goes on about the business of making profits as usual. The significance of the new fascist arrangement lies in the fact that this business as usual is accompanied by concessions to the degenerate segment of the working class, with the aim of creating a buffer zone. Airy segments of the lower classes. Corporative ideals have reached their logical function in the US. The new and corporate state has GHT. Important institution, formed its partnership with Jaber through Illit. Detective agencies replete with spies, technical and animal, too. Ruling class of this country in the long process of its trend toward authoritarianism and its last and highest state, FAS. Probably the author is referring to the Guardians of Liberty, NTICAF civil servants in New York in 1911. Among its founders was Nelson A. Miles, former Chief of Staff of the United States Army. Carthiota or in hist with each advancement in the authoritarian process and strengthening of the ruling class's control over the system, there was a corresponding weakening of the people's and workers' movement. And intellectuals still argue whether America is a fascist copyright country. This concern is typical of the American left's rom reality, from any truly extreme position. This is, at this stage, high the existence of a fascist arrangement. Just consider the awesome centralization of power, and the proven fact that of a minute portion of the population. Of course, the revolution has failed. Fascism has temporarily succeeded under the guise of reform. The only way we can destroy it is to refuse to compromise with the enemy state and its ruling class. Compromises were made in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. The old vanguard parties made the last revelation about oneself. Not many members of the old vanguard choose to risk their whole futures, their lives, in order to ally the conditions that Huey P. Newton describes as destructive of life. Formism was allowed. The more degenerate elements of the working class were the first to succumb. The vanguard parties supported the capitalistic war adventure in WORL War II. Then they helped to promote the mass consumers 120. Market that followed the close of the war, the fee market that met the workers' more genuine demands. The complexities of a particularly refined fascist economic arrangement. Here the controlling elites have co-opted large portions of the lowly working C. When we ask ourselves, where will we attack the enemy state? We are answered, at the productive point. The next. In a nation of short-sighted, contented, conservative workers. Obviously, the fascist movement is counter-revolution at its VRYS center. Fascist V-formism I is a calculated response to the scientific socialist approach revolution pro, 2. Positive mobilization of the working classes. From its ist ruling class would continue to degree play its leading 19A seat Jota mass. STS are perfectly suited to the development of the perfect totalitarian. Of fascism involve the concept of scientific capitalism, or controlled capitalism, sophisticated, totalitarian, earned response to the challenge of egalitarian, scientific socialism. For its successful establishment in Spain, Portugal. So, consciousness. We are faced with the task of raising a positive mobiliza through a contrapositive, authoritarian process. The new Feynweyer art elements seem to agree that withdrawal from mind its social, political and economic is he fet step toward its destruction. The consciousness will develop in the struggles of withdrawal. However, after this point, argument grows vague and is all but ms in a cot contra n. The contention turns on one whe scope and range of violence within the revolutionary process. After the lengthy and clearly unnecessary ideological white or black worker, we are now faced with an equally unnecessary ideological battle over which of the various communal, revolutionary cultural, approaches has the wrong revolutionary validity. Lem is compounded by the almost apolitical withdrawal or the growing weatherman faction, and their of sex, music, and drugs. Their Nietzschean Hegelian with 5 generations. In our equation, T, be either Th. The realistic, cohesive synergism seems as yet impossibly. On the other side of the equation, we have Huey Newton's concept of black communes set well within the huge 122 population centers of the enemy state. This concept accepts any level of violence that will be necessary to enforce the party and joined with the world's other revolutionary societies. They are the obvious answer to all the theoretical and revolution, a revolution that will be carried out principally by blacks. The question I've asked myself over the years runs this. All in the survival of the present state? In this condition, how could we believe in the possibility of a new generation hierarchy? Just how many Americans are willing to accept the fatherland so that the rest of the land and the world might survive in good health? How can the black industrial worker be in decoy to carry out a valid workers' revolutionary policy? What and who will guide him? The commune. The central citywide rights. Carving out a commune in the central city will involve claiming certain rights as our own out front rights that have not been respected to now. Property rights. It will 123 tour, capable of filling the vacuum that has been left by the OE. This new social comfort all the people on at least a subsistence level, and force the owners of the enemy bourgeois culture either to tie their to leave the land, the tools, and the market behind. If he'll not leave voluntarily, we will expel him. We will use shotgun and the anti-tank rocket launcher. Who will build on an ideal that begins with force? The vanguard pie now nationwide. But vanguard parties not build revolutions alone. Nor can a vanguard party in of the people. Revolution is siege SS against the law. It's prohibited. It will not be wed. That the revolutionary is a lawless man. The outlaw and the impen make the revolution. The people, the workers, will adopt it. This must be the new order of things, after the fact of the modern industrial fascist state. In blacks, the authoritarian traits are mainly the effects of terrorism and lack of intellectual stimulate. Immunal experience will redeem a sen. The black worker is simply choosing the Tesgeros and C. Plicated strategy of survival. All ISs and all people and are subject to the authoritarian syndrome. It is an atavistic throwback to the herd instincts. But it requires only the R-trauma, thiology tile pressures to bring forth a revolutionary consciousness. Racism enters, on the psychosocial level, in the form of a morbid, traditional war of both blacks and revolutions. The size to mete out pain to blacks, throughout the history or America's slave systems, all came into focus when black to city to compete with whites in industrial sectors, and, in general, engage in status competition. Resentment, fear, inaccuracy. Modern our capitalist industrial society, the more complex the products, the greater the division of labor, the higher the AMI, the individual brick tends to feel, are multiplied by 10 when racism, race antagonism, is also a factor. There is certainly no lack of magazines that carry the little cartoons, and omits or misrepresents us to death, has always served to distract and diffuse feelings of status deprivation suffered by the huge sonality, conformity, but also a strange latent destructiveness. For the psychopathic destructiveness evinced by a people maker, to hate freedom revolutionary is outlawed. The Black Revolutionary 125 is a doomed man. All of the forces of counter-revolution stack up over his head. He standing J in the tank trap he has feeling but himself. From the beginning of his revolution 3S and G2Z3. MS have hot to the death. The children's breakfast programs haven't been spared. The next round of commu. M with the Finya idea gun, an anti-personnel weapon. We cannot obey Shinari people if we are to move together to conclusive AC. The war will be fought in the nerve centers of the nation, the cities where Angela was finally captured as she was at work for the revolution, where Huey was found hiding and working by the government's propaganda apparat. We cannot withdraw from the cities. In order to withdraw, and under cover of the guns which forced their withdrawal, we will build the new black blade in the throat of fascism. Fascism. Its most advanced form is here in America. Comrade John Asterisk. TVE just finished rereading Anil S. analysis of fascism. She's a brilliant, big, iful revolutionary woman, ain't shell. I've studied your editors on the subject carefully. It could be productive for the three of us to bet together at the historial analysis. There is some difference of opinion and interpretation of high Y between us, but basically I think we are brought together. Three of us could not meet without probably causing 2 World War. Give her my deepest and warmest love and ask her to. On the subject icon to return to myself and re-examined I will on to a greater effort. The basis of Angela's analysis is tied into several old left and fascism. Corporativism did indeed emerge, develop, and consolidate itself into its most advanced form here in America. Some very severe setbacks. Unlike Angela, I do not believe that this realization leads to a defeatist view of history. N. John Thorne, the author's lawyer. Success of future revolutionizing activity. To contend a corporativism has emerged and advanced is not to say it has triumphed. We are not defeated. Pure fascism, sole totalitarianism, is not possible. Hierarchy has had 6,000 years of trial. It will. Whole philosophy on polity and its extension, war. My opinion is that we are at the historical climax, the flashpoint, of the totalitarian period. Lysis IA. Done. Important as they are, both Wilhelm Reich's and Franz Neumann's works on the subject are limited. Reich tends to be very analytical to the point of idealism. I don't think Neumann truly sensed the importance of the anti-socialist movement. Behemoth is too narrowly based on the experience and CE of German National Socialism. So there is so much to be done on he sub it and time is running out. If I am correct, we will soon be forced into the same fight that he old left avoided. 6/20/T is not defeatist to acknowledge that we have lost a battle. How else can we regroup and even think of carrying on the fight? At the center of revolution is realism. To call Behemoth, The Structure and Practice of National Socialism, by Franz Neumann. The Moss, SS Psychology of Fascism, by Wilhelm R. Reichel. 130. One or two or a dozen setbacks. Defeat is to overlook the ebbing and flowing process of revolution, coming close are calculations I then receding, but never standing il. If a thing isn't building, it must be decaying. As one force I felled the other must retreat. There is a very significant difference between retreat and defeat. I am not saying that our parents were defeated when I contend a fascist corporativism merged and advanced in the was making its advance, it caused, by it its vapaten and advani worldwide socialists sent consciousness, and US capital. ERS had already divided among themselves almost all the important markets in the world. At the end of World War II, when the US became the most powerful and richest imperialist power. Meanwhile, the world's situation was no longer the same. The balance of forces between imperialism and the longer ruled over the world, nor did it play a decisive role in the development of the world's situation, Vion Wen. Gia. In my analysis, I'm simply taking into account the fact that the tours of reaction and counter-revolution were the US. The process has created the economic, political, and cultural vortex of capitalism's last reform. My views arise. And third, if taken in the international sense, they are aggressive and realistic. The second notion that stands in the way of our understanding of fascist corporativism is a semantic problem. 8. Ne in at us, his barely functional plastic tape recorder that owed him a week's labs or, and point out that these are BJSIMPL. IITIME by. Of a ground and no opposition political activity is allowed. But examine that definition of totalitarianism, comrade. No Cuba, North Korea or North Vietnam. Such a narrow detention condemns the esprit the pre-Winnie-cent political parties. There is only one legal politics, the politics of corporativism. The hierarchy. Common all state power. There are thousands of ways, however, to attack it and place that power in the hands of the people. June 20, 71. All levels of struggle must be conceived as inclined planes leading inexorably to a point in T where armed conflict will engulf 201 ions of the people. Armed struggle or isanist violence is the natural. To the point of impasse. This is not to say that war is for us the only immediate recourse or the spontaneous result of have always tried to emphasize that through every stage of political mobilization of the people's forces, one is inextricably opposition political activity, though there is some truth in that position. My position is based on historical precedents. Violence in an American revolution, i.e. present CLAS structure we sent represent the underscore group. Significance of which needs very little analysis though. But mainly, YY position is rooted in the long history of the American business oligarchy's penchant for violent repression of any forces that have threatened its centralist movement, and in Althoff, as victims, or one of history's most brutal contradictions, as the POO, of the poor, as blacks, it is quite justifiable and completely possible for us to destroy this with a high. Is not our purpose. As revolutionaries, it is our objective to il culmi. 133. Nate in the seizure of state power. Our real purpose is to redeem not merely ourselves but the whole nation and the whole ity of nations. Philonial nomic repression. The has established itself as the mortal enemy of all people's government, all scientific socialist mobilization activity of on earth. The history of this country in the last 50 the very nature of all its fundamental elements, and its economic, social Zashin distinguish it as the prototype of the international fascist counter-revolution. The USS is the Korean probe. The Mozambique, the Middle East. It's the Greece in the British and Latinic 2F8. 03 Ola. Common people. 621. The nature of fascism, its characteristics and properties have been in dispute ever since CE it was first ident. D. 1922. I written around the subject. There have been 100 wordy lines on just exactly what fuzziant is. But both Marxists and non-Marxists agree on at least two of its general nature. These two factors almost by themselves identity the USS as a fascist corporative state. An exact definition of fascism concerns me because I will help us identify our enemy and isolate the targets of revolution. Further, it should help us to understand the key TIIJ. Clear away some of the fog in our liberation efforts. This will help us to broaden the effort. We will not succeed until we fully accept the fact that the enemy is aware, determined, disguised, totalitarian. To fight effectively, we must be aware of the fact that the enemy has consolidated through a reformist machination the reddest community of self-interest that has ever existed. Why whole p. In them vest for their liberty. Inal definition of fascism is still open, simply because it is a developing movement. We have already of its process and its sequential relationships. You gain only T.I.O., trait fascist manipulator or the researcher who is able to slash. Fascism was the product of class struggle. It is an obvious if capitalism, a higher form of the old struggle. Capitalism versus socialism. I think our failure to clearly isolate and define it may have something to do with our insistence on a full definition, in other words, looking for exactly identical symptoms from nation to nation. We have actor. In fact, it has followed international socialism all around the globe. Fascism is its international quality. June 22, 71. He trends toward monopoly capital began peatively just after the close of the Civil War in America. Prior to its emerge, been the predominant political force inside American society. GOS democracy faded in pro as monopoly capital forced out the small dispersed factory setup, the new corporativism assumed political supremacy. Monopoly capital. Democracy. The forces of monopoly capital swept across the Western world in the first half of the century. But they did not exist. That opposite force was else at work. Neo-socialism. Lenin's and Fanon's nation, val of liberation guided not by the national hours but by the opal, the ordinary working class people. Its core, fascism is an emixy rearrangement. It is shown out of differing levels of traditionalist capitalism's dilapidation. The common feature of all instances of fascism is the opposition of a weak socialist revolution. When the fascist arrangement begins to emerge in indent nation retates, it does so by default. TT is simply an arrangement of an established capitalist economy, an attempt to renew, perpetuate, and legitimize that economy's 0. Illusionary consciousness pushing from below. Pain must. Development of capitalism in a state of crisis. It is the result of a revolutionary thrust that was weak and miscarried a consciousness that was compromised. I.e. 'tis clear that class struggle is an ingredient of fascism. The anti-capitalist forces were weaker than the traditionalist forces. Develops. The ultimate aim of fascism is the complete destruction of all revolutionary consciousness. Our purpose here is to understand the essence of this living. Against it, this observer is convinced that fascism not only exists in the U.S.A. Phoenix-like, logical arrangement to understand that the fascist arrangement tolerates the existence of no valid revolutionary activity. It has programmed into its very nature a massive, complex, and automatic defense mechanism for all our old methods of people. The essence of a USA totalitarian socio-capitalism is concealed behind the illusion of participatory society. We must rip away its mask. Then le bait can end, and we can enter a new phase of struggle. that will triumph. Lay 14, 1787, the Constitutional Convention with George Washington presiding officer, the Fra. The new nation's constitution proceeded with 95 her sons and only 2 were not employers. There have been many booms and busts in the PE history of capitalism in this nation and across the Western Hemi. The stricken economy out of its stupor has always and to expand. It was pretty clear from the outset the curls alu factor eventually. When the existing implementation of the productive factors makes it impossible for the larger factor of production, labor, to buy back the AIE of its labor. This tees to what has been erroneously termed overproduction. It is, in fact, LP. To search out new markets and new sources of cheaper raw. 138. Materials to recharge the economy, the imperialists in ROM. Are of interests develop, of course, between the various Western nations and eventually lead to competition arcades. The result weighs in international centralization of these various capitalists. Lights. Worldwide cartels, international telegraphic unions, now International Tele-Communication, S-Union, Universal Postal Ion, T agricultural. Before World War I there were 45 or 50 such in tur. The international quality of capitalism is not happenstance. Lenny not ot completely accept the idea that the old Itle by lated their local economies and made it possible to 5 promote nationalism among the lower classes. War taken to the point CEB, BH. Participant, at all they were good businessmen. Expansion, then, which in control of system, which never considered any changes is in its arrange. A very real, directly ing challenge from below to its very exie. Fascism in its early stages is a rearrangement of capitalist implementation in response to a sharpening, threatening, but weaker egalitarian socialist consciousness. In regional or national economic crisis the traditional civ expansion on the international level. Traditional controls short of expand, have always existed in the market and import licenses, and monopolies have always used government to help direct investment. Classes at war. Mobilization and contra-mobilization. 8. We should now be able, after time has somewhat dulled the traumatic exchanges of debate and struggle, to analyze Fassigenschied of LIA und it may VOT. And its goals. Ing its I suggesting that all of its advocates, of the especially early PS situation with the IA, as intelligentsia, keepers of THD, thought, they felt it was their secpanably to attempt to resolve a growing social problem. My insistence upon the non-importance of ideology indeed rests squarely upon this point, that most of the tassivist intellectuals were reacting to that uprootedness and social disintegration of the particular moment, and with each change in the face of the state of affairs they were in large part forced to repudiate most of their former ideology. Weight is given to this observation by fascism includ. Zionists, anarcho-syndicalists, nation, Hegelian ideals, theoretical syndicalists, nationalists and, in the of the SSUAL Panish Phalange, intellect anarchists. The theme of this early phase of fascism was not merely anti-communist but fundamental New York general indite LERF. Sorbed some socialists. In 1914 the Fasci d'Azione ist patriots favoring Italian intervention in the war against he Central Powers. Benito Mussolini, a leader of the extreme indicalist faction of the Socialist Party, sued them vehemently in his newspaper I/Popolo d'Italia, and of course this resulted in his expulsion from the party. In RCH 1919, the deep disillusionment and unrest caused by the Allen participation in the war, Mussolini fascio him did not do so out of a sense of the usual role of the III Ducati society, in a time of extreme social disintegration and economic crisis. Men like Benedetto Croce and Arturo Toscanini, and others like Giovanni Gentile and Gabriel Salina almost out of desperation at what they six to me a destructive national breakdown. All four were elitist and may have also felt that their status as intellectuals was also threatened. Recall, Vana Russian evolution had shocked the guard of the Socialist Party for any art form or scientific activity that did not serve the state, and its tendency to top intellectuals. Sent final reason why the importance of ideology in one form. In fact, historically it has proved to have three different faces. One out of power that tends almost to be in power but not secure. This is the sensational aspect of fascism that we see on screen and read of in pulp novels, when the ruling class, through its instrumental regime, is ERS movement. The third face of fascism exists when it is in power and securely so. During this phase some dissent may even be allowed. In Italy, Tralusa the poet wrote and IDH-led liberal democratic states. In April 1925, 3 years after the fascist 143 March on Rome, Benedetto Croce was able to publish a clearly anti-fascist manifesto. Head product, the actual fascist arrangements is Henry Wells. This stem, an idable CNICT between the theory of the ethical state, the ideals of obedience NAOE author ITY and freedom, zero mutu. Ally exclusive, that the ideology of fascism could never be taken seriously. We pseudo-intellectual origins of fascism can be back to ancient Greece. The germ, Asian sent apologist Alfred Baumler and expressionist God Ride B. Intelkrals and Eastern Lanian fascists. The Western is, favored the primitive, withdrew ideals of Nietzsche or a confused combination of Nietzsche and Hegel with a bit of Plato's philosopher king added for window dressing. Actually, there have been as many differ societies. Which brings us to the relevant point of inquiry. Never its social and economic past must be investigated and clearly defined. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that Germany and Italy reached nation-state status. Their heavy industrial sectors were rapidly expanding and coming into family of the ruling classes at the point of their emergence into Western bourgeois culture. The section controlling the GNP in all too largest share of the cases finally succeeded in gaining an even greater old RT the direction of the economy, with class interest generally WI a zero mice. The final result always involved a higher degree of and control. Tib mobilization. It occurs when the capitalist industrial, actorized by the movement of masses from the traditional of the cities. A policy was designed by this capitalist class to butt. The specter of communism was haunting Europe. The IHE realm of politics. This we will term positive mobilizo on three-sided political struggle opened the 20th century. Actually it was a two-sided struggle, the proletariat against the ruling class. A multitude of conflicts existed traditionalist sectors and the manufacturing class. Within these, the corporative ideal had its roots in this conflict. Elitist. 145. Conservative economists like Pareto theorized around such concepts as governing elites, and general equilibrium. The working class. The system itself was ostensibly designed to balance the interests of all economic classes and be one how. Nern. The working class. In its designations, especially in Ney, it was too vague and difficult role. General equilibrium. Never teached en classe. We went on unabalit. CLAS. Ed the OL. States, torn from within in conflict with each other, to shed toward their own ruin. Here is another form of mass mobilization that has strong socio-economic significance. It lies between and positive and contrapositive mobilization. It involves the men who were uprooted to serve in nation-state wars. Those who were the cities after their releases farther allocating the economy in favor of the motor traditional agricultural sector was FO, read T to Venetianus re, and pull marginal land out of production. In areas agriculture collapsed jet ether. The result was the need to import foodstuffs and other agricultural products. This may or may not have damaged the overall economy, but in any case it tore. After World War I, international capitalism went high on phile. At its base, AR and speculation, but the boom was brief. The Great War had taken the whole business of destruction of surplus to the point of diminishing returns. The years 1920 to 1925 were Western world. The few years that followed from 1925 to 1929 business roared back to recovery and expansion. Tundustriat manulacing around the Western world and parts of the Third ID, Japan, Argentina, Brazil, increased by 25%. The volume of labor, an increase in the arts of agricultural production, under the ability of the great laboring masses to buy back what was being produced, precipitated a sharp fall in the price stroke. Stuffs in on, HEWORL tour of food to ID's largest agricultural centers, the United States. It was underconsumption, not overproduction. 1929 The whole Western world went into recession and deep depression. QE countries were little affected by the general breakdown Russia, which had taken itself off the wheel with the RO socialist revolution, and Trolley, which had a stab her economy up from the other bourgeois states. Italy had World War I the 1920-25 economic crisis. That war had mobilized mile lions of Ita. Adopt. The key element that made the economic policy of fascist arrangements unique was the emphasis on youth government intervention. The opposite of Adam Smith's invisible hand working to coordinate economic activity. The opposite of the French Revolutionary battle cry laissez-faire. Big business was in a crisis, of course, after the short boom following World War I. The giant cartels and the 20s and of the 30s. This gave the movement its seemingly middle-class antecedents. Where large-scale its straining to merge as the dominant force within the NOMI was resisted by the petit bourgeois, the landed lass and the Stage 1. We hear its language sounding deceptively anti-capitalist, parasitic capitalism, illegitimate capital, rapacious capital, etc., etc. This was true in A with early fascism, in Falangist Spain, and in G. Mussolini, who set up the first Masa's fascist regime, tactics and strategy of scientific socialism. His departure from the working class of one or more nations was manipulated ions by the ruling classes of the respective states. His opposition to the Socialist Party and his participa. 1. In spite of the fact that the Socialists won 156 seats in the 1 Hittical 1 Hallar Party, d. of Labour had grown from 300,000 members before to almost 2.5 million members in 1920, the of all the manufacturing plants but, incredibly, returned them the private interests. Several accounts claim that the workers steal. Obviously it was a problem of direction and management in the vanguard party. There were strikes, slowdowns, talkouts and the kinds of disorders that precede war, and during the early depression on 1920-28 Italy could have gone either socialist or fascist. Partisans enough in both parties to LSD the V-Prostal, disintegrating of the leadership, along with the question of who would be willing to commit their whole fortunes and futures to the Mussolini took his black shirt army and moved to the 149. 35 seat, out of a possible 535 in the parliamentary body. King and the constitutional monarchy and formed the first political envelopement. Eyes right he pumped pallets into the old left a 1W life into capitalism. The exists solely toward the state, the tullying class, AE was, the very on face of fascism, the dark night when it was still insecure. But it went on to develop a closed economy with its pros. Fill the economic vacuum with surplus capital and supranationalism. believe, fight, obey. State-protected industries, mainly niches and shipbuilding. Italy power facilities and OJW marginal tinricultural land for its new slaves. New educational facilities and new educators out of 1,250 university professors only 12. 80 of loyalty to TH in 1931, were also part of the reforms. Taken all together the 150 reforms turned out to be extreme reaction. The government of 1870 had seized the Papal States. The regime brought back the old religion. In 1929, in spite of the unrewarding experiences of World War I, the regime was allowed to make war again in Africa, in one Europe. This marked the third phase of fascism in power, and the 2 point here is that fascism emerged out of weakness. IDTHTKE vanguard party, not the people. The People's Party failed to direct the masses properly. Win. There go on a. The only solution to the people's problem by default. Fascism, the strength. The reality of class struggle by disguising itself as a new solution to national problems, by deifying the interests of the whole state which turned out to be the interests only of fascism is always a response to a threat the establishment. Any anti-establishment actions taken the strictly political arm of a forming fascist's revengement are simply attempts to centralize or upstage the capitalist industrial sector thither to establish it, as in Spain, or modernize it, as in those cases where marginal productive interests are upset or destroyed by the arrangement. It is significant to say that no fascist regime in power has advocated the abolition of any form of private ownership. The fascist 151. And private ownership work hand in hand. No mod. The shock troops of fascism on the one mass political level. The upward thrust of the lower classes more acutely. These ig their status first. They are joined by that sector of the work. A list trappings and the loyalty syndrome that EESHAV med the authoritarian personality 1 prim. W pig class, 2 ania and diffuse workings class consciousness with a psychosocial appeal to herd instincts. Development vind exploitation of the authoritarian. Ogi of mob behave, with each development in the fascist arrangements the marriage between the political elite and economic elite becomes more apparent. The integration of the various sectors of the total economic elite becomes more pronounced. The Romanian iron Guer, was no exception. It would have owners and financiers. Red Army. The generals and colonels of the various Latin America. Of the traditionalist with the more modern sectors of the colonial. The ruling class of such nations, or to consider them as part of a populistic movement. In Romania and Spain, state. People's labor exist of their own. Without the support of government, capitalism simply could not prevail. Perón was a fascist. The peace he worked out between labor and owner was subtle. Diffused the workers' resentment of the non-worker and 7. OSPMN. Head H. To settle for PWII tal. Hi the fascist. The USA, original year of the society in which he had to work his scientific manipulation had only one available sector large enough. His movement labor. Perón the fascist found his strongest support in labor. He was finally deposed when he lost the YN reactionary to the ultimate extreme of self-destruction. Perón might have held on to his position had he chosen to. Base Y rests by nationalizing the cent productive facilities and turning them over to labor's management. But fascists would rather die or flee than support the total revolution. So they must be N. The very first step in establishing the whole interest of the state. The combine, the corporate state, is to dismantle the working class movement and replace it either with a state-controlled organ or no organization at all. The Corpo Italy in 1H. Complete destruction of the proletarian movement. At the same time defense against future labor activity. In disputes, labor was represented by men sworn either to the state or without the skill and intelligence to effect labor's demands. The manufacturer. In Italy, the fascist party Cotter spread throughout the nation, organizing PEOPLE left aimless by the failure of the positive mobilization of the socialist vanguard parties, people who ID dropped out. Unemployed either by the war or the deflated economy. This organizing G must be considered contrapositive mobilization, that its intent was to inflate the capitalist economy and the economy with easy credit, inflationary financing, and 154. PPPROJ Fascism in Italy, Germany, and Japan succeeded in recon property relations. After the takeover, Italy recovered rapidly from SILIZ5 SA $8 billion registered for ZZ3 degrees 33 and a state of the economy. The untapped productive factors, capital and labor, were grinding to a standstill. Cost of OT immediately rise to the point of crisis, diminishing returns for capital, decrease in real wages of labor. Later in ARI budgeting showed damaging trends and set off a chain reaction in Germany that have eventually led to its own fall. However, the hard TOE, the fascist economy, is an P control, prefixing, wage freezes, and carefully balanced. Foreign the anti-currency crisis stimulated by Italy's inflation. ARI polities, initiated in, resulted in the stabilizing of the lira by Dec. 1927. Uncontrolled deflationary period followed, effected through systems which protected themselves from totally destructive competition by refinement. In its simple currency control methods were introduced. The effect on the expansion of heavy industry without also a key factor in the arrangement. Again, the regime functioned as a centralizing, mitigating influence. Real ES began to fall and industrial production rose. Considered Product sent by 1937 in Germany. The same 25% figure held true for SEPA in the middle and late 30s. From 15% of GNP at the lowest point of the Great Depression in IITTLY, annual average investment in industry rose to 20% in the years 1936 to 40. Because Italian FOS Pi 1 key failed, th. Juicy government ownership. The industrial recon. Yank. Owned or influenced large sectors. The nation's industry further hint at an upward thrust of the middle classes to fill in sections of the traditional ruling class destroyed by the forces of the business cycle. In general, the developments and experiments in controlled capitalism resulted in a concentration of economy WER in the large LAN of poor monopolies. The crisis in German foreign exchange appear because of low WA, consumption and large increases in the arts of APNA production. The S of the private elites generated new tensions. The breakdown of the big industrial pattern into sections, the regulation or labor when it was short, and the control of laborations basically comprised the whole of the arrangement. Organizing new fascist eco which attempted to reduce the vest. The have-nots. The psychosocial dimensions of fascism become quite complex, but they can be simplified by thinking of them as the elites of the particular state with the regime acting as arbitrator. The regime's interests are subject to those of the ruling class. Labor is a partner in this arrangement. At the head is there is an quaintly tied also to the economic status quo. The this pseudo-mass society cheap, spectacular leisure sports, parade, high meat, shout each other, do parades wher loan and often trample each other to ath on the way home, mass consumption of worthless days degree glorify the idiots who died at war or other days to deify those who ser them out to die. A mass society that is act sl a mass June, male. Gle. Fascism is capitalistic and capitalism is national. Beneath its nationalist ideological trappings, fascism is always ultimately an international movement. Many of the fascist regimes that failed or lacked thrust, the Belgian Rijksists, the Dutch NSB, National Socialist Movement, are all essentially too IMI and inflexible. Even the totalitarians must be supple and responsive if THEYL as was TL Reza. We. So one fascist regime falls to another more efficient fascist regime. Two factors must be seriously considered when analyzing the two largest fascist states in Latin America, Brazil and Argentina. Their dependence on foreign trade and their neo-colonial status, which involves dependence on the INV and. When exports fall as they did the DE30 value of must also fall one crease. The battle to balance payments begins, necessitating massive OE transit intervention which leads inexorably a 4-5. Concern for balance of payments determines internal economic motives. The deficit financing, THMPT to control incomes, by rolling labor, PRICXL government stockpiling of agricultural surpluses, positive direction of economies elites can all be pointed to as evidence of an attempt to employ the CCM controls that characterize East Aaron. First fascist regime of Brazil was headed by Vargas. It lasted from 1930 to 1945 of the nation's GNP prior to Vargas' takeover and Depression. When international trade, especially in sale, ments with the so-called closed economy, new internal successful to an extent, was still basically imitative and it did accumulate sea capital. It is extremely important not to confuse the three phases of fascism when studying Latin America. The second phase, in PEL, whole phasist episode. Regime after regime has failed to increase internal demand or unseat the rationalist landed elite in favor of the small industrial interests, this mean machine tools, for weapons to control the people's movement. Flea markets. Consequently we see these areas as the most glaring dike of socio-economic injustice. Aids from all over the Western world, literally within rifle hot. Live TK1 Rivas TH. A binary F-antly ravaged by 8 of the United States, Gestapo death squads, and the now have certainly filled the streets and forests with blood to lose sight of Latin America's neo-colonial status. A victory for the PEO. TERS. The puppet regimes of these areas cannot move firmly THI 2 reasons. The people are willing to use arms and are learning to use. Not indigenous, they do not reflect the real interests of the nation's 8 but rather the interests of the ruling elites of the imperial nation, the USA. Germany attempted to rearm, deflate its currency, and of heavy industry. It finally fell of its own weight. The fascist economic harangue and failed under the pressure of war in Germany. In Austria, it failed. First regimes in Brazil and Argentina. The principal failing is very much the same that brought down laissez-faire. The capitalist bind cycle cannot be controlled. Inflationary. Capitalism in all its forms like a nemesis, break its spirit, and reduce it, bureaucratic backbur jelly. Tire to regeneration after extended COL. Lapse, ultimately leads to complex problems that seem to be later control it by compressing WILW turns out to be politically unsound. Consciousness in Germany was better developed the FAS than in any other. 160. Sist takeover, so consciousness alone is obviously not the factor that determines WIC. A disintegrating society will develop fascist or socialist, the task of defusing the people's labor. Special individual heavy industrial firms, Reichswerke Hermann Göring Krupp, and i.e. vital interests of the increasingly important chemical ducts IG Farben, etc., fell to rotted peas. Labor came in the form of slightly improved workin. Rower. 3A3383 _ and 2A3AG8 equals 3G and S10 power of labor, due to the workers' importance in the production of heavy armaments, was such that really effective Eager's FOTing tenure of the Third Reich. GE increases couldn't avoided. Rigorous Staatsohnilswetplace ed mild repression and propaganda only after the Sudetenland affair of 1938. And the accentuated ants drive of 1939. Because wages could not be successfully held down, the individual firms were after profits, bear in mind, consequently the ing labor market, measures were taken to limit the movement of laborers from place to place, and the other factors of production were openly channeled into the armament SEIII all idealistic psychosocial motives of the society and shook it apart. The German economy was as already in ruins by the time industrial Mealy D to live must forcibly balance trade in its favor to survive. No amount of Helicganized violence and armed struggle could have stopped them before they lost their minds and destroyed so many lives. The direction of the people's consciousness could have changed the course of history over the last 50 years. Once Shin insinuates itself technologically with weapons and control of the means of the people's subsistence, limiting their vision to their own personal short-term interests with death on 1_1000 cuts can then unseat the Führer. D states was not existing in a vacuum. Great Depressions. My reading of history indicates U.S. was in greater economic, social, and political crisis after Western country excepting possibly Germany. The same trends, the same experiment. Forces for the direction of the nation's economy. The extreme 162. Economic crisis of the early 30s brought working-class revolutionary consciousness to its very peak. All serious in the workability of capitalism. This avalanche of thinkers as well as the left, just as it did in Italy, Germany, Romania, and the other fascist storm centers. But of course, New Deal, much like those of Nazi, fascist, and Langist Europe. No serious or honest student could miss the likeness. FDR was a fascist. His stated, documented, matic gestures. Joseph render G.I. Kennedy's mind. He was official ambassador of the U.S. to England. There was positive mobilization of workers and the lower class, and a highly developed class consciousness. Strikes, unionizing, to lockouts, break-ins, call-outs of the National Guard. TIER class was threatening to unite under SNP. E was terrorism from the right from groups such as Guardians of the Republic, the Black Legion, Peg Leg White type storm. Of a contrapositive suppressive mobilization. Under the IRT the ruling CLA, ENTH, became all the more co-optive and dangerous. FDRW his role was to HIC, political and labor elites. Governing elite/corporative state/fascism. Of cooperation, to put laissez-faire to rest, and initiate a great many of the early trends of American history prepared the way for the ultimate success of fascism in its highest form. From the very beginning of America's existence as an independent nation-state there were localized laws attempted to further nation. It if of 19th set that labor took on a national character and began to make its presence felt in the economic life of the nation. Then, it was resisted by the violence of defy. Twisted struggles is substantiated by American labor history. In the 1790s on the East Coast in cities like New York. Higher wage working hours. The New York Typographical Union of 1794, Journeyman Cabinet and Chair Makers of 1796. The first wage strike was 164. YY 1799 and was broken by right-wing terrorist activity. To rest of laissez-faire, the shackling of Adam Smith's invisible hand, really began during the Civil War in the U.S. The petit bourgeois dream of countless contend. Blending of private and state interests when long-range. One day became a nightmare with the advent of the manufacturing process. At the opening of the Civil War the U.S. was ranked fourth among the world's industrial states, being English Empire, the German states and Fra. By 1870 the U.S. industrial manufacturing plant had Dow. Trial workforce to nearly double during this same period. Improvements in the arts of agricultural production drew some workers from the countryside and others westward toward the closing frontier. The craftsman lost his privileged economic position with the appearance of newly entered production Mach-E-W machinery and the factory set up, in genera made in Ivedust workers. Of the profits. By the mid-1890s the U.S. was producing one-third of the world's manufactured goods, and was on its way to becoming first among the world's industrial states. Expansion of U.S. industry out of the demands of the Civil War involved a complex concentration of several 165 hectare of THIN, machine tool, transport, and communications boom NED, the basis of the industrial state and, of course, an industrial elite, when raw materials coal, iron, and other ores are not lack, CME, the price or value of labor shrank, and drive monopoly accumulation was firmly established is period of capital accumulation, invention machinery, its use in expanding factory setups, the SEDUL. An Erten SS Sovereignment contract were in part the begin of any chapter in the authoritarian process of Western history. In List capitalism. U.S. This is the logical place to question some of the old left's hinteraical assumptions about the last 100 years of life. Inces between bourgeois democracy and monopoly capital and their manifestations on the American scene. They to feel that both can coexist in the same society. Actually one the other. Trial objective of corporative fascism. Prior to the Civil War and the emergence of the trends toward monopoly capital and political rule, the economy was based upon the diverse arrangement to reflect that fact. 166. With the emergence and expansion of monopoly capital after the economic impetus of the Civil War, bourgeois democracy naturally began to fade. Bourgeois democracy, cannot exist after the emergence of monopoly capital. Monopoly capital has its own political expression. It develops as bourgeois democratic political rule declines. The roots of corporativism-fascism were laid with the corpo rations and interlocking trusts. The owners of the largest and government of the state. Monopoly capital is corporativism, phase I don't think anything that ever happened in Italy and Germany of the other capitalist states can match the Craig process that the US went through in the last who aired yield and the so-called public W.I.N.T., Santa Fe, the Pennsylvania Electric, Western Union, are owned by financial institutions high on examination, always turn out to be controlled by a ISTS of 1865 ETR, 8 Anglo-Saxon concept of law, founded on the latent principle that the haves won must always be pro-10th century. Effler Petroleum Combination from forming. It didn't stop Western Union from taking over the Telegraph Industrie. It didn't stop Samuel Slater and the Boston SC from tying up all the New England textile interests. The TR Transcon II 1969 Uni Government and commercial cooperation. Corruption and lawlessness were the basis of their commercial success, but no one was charged or punished by law. Any individual, on the other hand, who joined with someone else to effect an increase in his wage was guilty or conspiracy. That same law, Anglo-Saxon law, supported F.B. Gowan of the Philadelphia and Reading S., just as it supported the KKK in reconstructing SUT turn U.S., King of the Baltimore and Ohio, Tom of the Pennsylvania, William Vanderbilt of the New York Central. Every time I hear the word law I visualize ing sheets and caps that fit over their pointed heads, a white oak and a barefooted black hanging, or snake eyes peeping down the lenses of telescopic rifles, or conspiracy trials. 1. Mankind is biologically sick. 2. Politics is the irrational expression of the sickness. Whatever takes place in social life is actively or passively, voltari ori votantatili, determined by the structure of masses. 4. This character structure is formed by socio-economic processes and it anchors and perpetuates these processes. Thick character structure is, as it were, the eston of the authoritarian process of history it is. He biophysical reproduction of mass appear the human structure is animated by the contradiction between an intense longing for and fear of freedom. The fiat-dom of masses of people is expressed in the unrigidity of the organism and the inflexibility Y form of social leadership is merely the social expression of the one or the other side of the structure of masses of people. W. Reich, The Mass Psychology of Fascism. Revolutionary change always involves the complete alteration of the structure of property relations and the institutional substructures that portl leads from hierarchy to mass society. The ruling class in the U.S. is composed of 1 million men and their rocket F. Gen Vanderbilts, Gans, Mellon, Hunts and S. Fords and Hay minions and sependents they use the Y Liegu Universitaire offspring. 169. And as training grounds for their corporate hirelings. They. F.B.1, Private foundations and financial institutions. Shen control of all the media of education and communication. At the time when this ruling class was forming 100 years ago. Strikes that asked only for reformist measures although it, even at that time, that reform it the solution and it quietly advocated the seizure of the materials of production. The dichotomy between the longing for true. Then. Early radicals excused themselves by claiming that they were exploiting the inherent contradictions of Dent. But capitalism reformed itself, apologized to no one. Present. Reformism is an old story in America. There have been depressions and socio-economic political crises throughout per III but the party ploite rely on a potential. The latest round of capitalism reform, the latest redirection of its energy, was its highest and last form. The struggles of the 30s, 40s, and 50s completed the totalitarian 170. Zashin O. Social deception capitalism, monopoly capital, fascism, corporativism, or hateover your vernacular, is a FO form of welfare statism. Pre. Political takeover by monopoly capital was actually an ad I11 old LE. Promotes the lie that valid concessions have been made by the ruling class, as if deceptively better working conditions and illusory wage increases were Marxism. A true Marxist would be the final and highest stage of social development, where the world and the state are one, where the material and psychological needs of the masses have been met. Iding Milita. I swear I'll strand, Engla the next idiot who repeats that line. All the ingredients for a fascist state were already present: racism, the morbid traditional fear of blacks, Indians. To compete in industrial sectors. The resentment and the seedbed of fear is patterned into every modern capitalist society. It grows out of a sense of insecurity and insignificance that is inculcated into the workers by the conditions at the same time, the ruling classes. This programmed racism has always served to higher level than those in a more debased condition. In the 1870s the strikes frequently ended in anti-Chinese or anti-black lynchings. It conforms to dual requirements of the pulse of sadism. Racism has served always in the U.S. as by a people made fearful and insecure by a way of life they never understood and resented from the day of their birth. In the U.S., World War II was the principal cause of the illusionary consciousness, which had been built up by the crisis years of the 30s and all that went before them. Lesser attempts at suppression had been made prior to the war. 5 AOS. The economy had been closed, banks regulated, CE had been practiced on projects like TVA and the arms race that eventually culminated in the fascist economic ideal. Two conditions Sony the successful establishment of fascism in the Secours the old vanguard. Letariats. Prahl at the time, resistance to the war would have seemed like USS war effort, he was a fool. In any case, the old vanguards. SS. With a little more patience and sacrifice, Stalin could Atlantic. With all of disintegration with the US presence in Europe, capitalism could be deascent today. In St. Ad. U.S.I. imperialism rose to he war. Opened in Europe, Africa and Asia with the flea market of radios, TVs and Velties here at its center. For the sake of for we PEOP. Result of their defection simply solidified the totalitarian the ruling classes. Elections and political parties have no signify. Of the candidate. Source who backed Mussolini were all frightened. Those who are aware and still do nothing constructive are among the most pathetic victims of the totalitarian process. The necessary shock troops and tools for creating the false contramini psychosocial ACI of a fascist-type pseudo-SOC country prior to and during the process of the foot takeover. There was little of this consciousness among the middle classes, so the first terror came from the specially UMD and hired goons of the DuPonts and Rockefellers, the Black Legion, the Guardians of the Republic, the FBI. They destroyed the ments of the working class as the only available mass class. This action by the 173 movements, 8 possible by Terry complex ties were formed between rulers and labor leaders and the elites of the prolet, MPR Romist. A ruling class and its governing lights were sen a ye secure state. It has happened here. And the only recourse is no genuinely free political opposition. They only allow meaningless gatherings where they can plant more spies than partitions. They feel secure in their ability to mold the opinion of a people interested only in wages. However, real revolutionary activity will draw panic-stricken gunfire or heart. So what is to be done after a revolution has failed? After based on meaningless electoral politics, spectator sports, and a 3. Negate itself with a corresponding rise in the cost of living. Contrapositive mobilization of the entire society? What can EN process and CD come out SEK to the core? There will be a fight. The fight will take place in the central cities. It will be /peace hent by the blacks of the lower class and their vanguard party, the Black Panther. 174. Party. Real univity will. People at the top. Is I him. ILI or join us in our fight to liberate him. We will work this. YG Central City Communes, which will revolutionize the all too conservative black laborer. We will build these communes against all resistance, the pamphlet in one hand, the gun in the other. Of terrorism and a lack of intellectual stimulation. They have behoozing the less DIF. Existence, survival. All classes, all people are subject to the ISNWI their revolutionary consciousness. Ovalville task is to separate the people from the hated state. They must be made realize that the interests of the state and the volatile class are one and the same. They must be taught to realize that the present political regime exists for 3H governing elites, including those of labor, that we must AI our bolts. The average working man will imply withdraw or watch with secret satisfaction or actively join in when we terrorism for generations. It no longer affects us. It will intensify. We must prepare a counter-terrorism. A man can. 175. X. 750 or more colleges offer police's science courses, 247 Onion colleges offer associate degrees in law enforcement, 44 of each El Recenta, Caress. The N. 1 RDNI bears 35,00 OEC.LA.D. Co-intel ER intelligence and ACE THTH millet, lar seen for the surveillance of its citizens. The police state isn't coming, it's here, glaring and threatening. How do we raise a new evolutionary consciousness against Aragrammed again, IHODs? Revolution is against the law. It will not be allowed, not insignificant hat makes the true revolutionary an outlaw, and black revolutionary a dose man. As the Lumpax, we must function as the vanguard in any hostilities. As new approach, unite and revolutionize the black one out. With the incentive degree copyright FET by allowing them to create programs that will meet all of their social, political and economic needs. We must fill the vacuums left by the established der. We must push the settlers off our land when they ppist. We must learn from the people, we must learn from the workers, the discipline they are so highly skilled in. In return, we ach them the benefits of our revolutionary ideals. We must move blacks to the forefront of a really lion level, b. of property relations. We must promote and support enforced rent strikes. Merchants must come over to our side, IADIR prop. TTY for the commune. T build IA socio-political we infrastructure so that we can become an example for all revolutionary IM has established in a most disguised and efficient manner in this way. It feels so secure that T leaders allow us ws the Uriatane protest. Take protest too far, however, and they will show their other face. Doors will shot will become the medium of exchange. I am an extremist, a communist not communistic, a communist, to JIIE Black Panther Party. IMT give them my all, every fighting trick in the annals of war. Nothing will defeat our revenge and nothing will coer our march to victory. We. To our us. Freedom means warmth and protection against harsh exposure to the elements. It means GE. It means truth, harmony, and the social relations that spring from these. It's aided. It means employment that is we TCL that coincides with the individual necessities and feelings. We will have this freedom even at the cost of total. The oppressive contract. Erst women and children in a ditch in Vietnam, Atimetl executions in the civic centers of every look-alike county in this country. Dear John Garrissy, as you know, I'm in a unique political position to have a very nearly closed future, and since I HAVLY practice against the innocents wherever just about what I want, I've always done just about that, without fear of or woe exposure be executed once. No matter WHIY will always OE in me away with the FAER my 11 years I in and Prion and my supposed loss Fith OB. Free, the action on April 6th. When I am denied or corrected I always understand but rage on. All on the principle. Tality must be taught by example to escape the myth, the hoax that repression can work against the collective con. Be killed with violence. Occasion of you once termed the sweet. So I'm duty bound to take the RIL go straight back to our visit and the hour they al. Concerning the outlaw back to the cell with me, tooled H with it a bit, and clarified I in my revolutionary must certainly reconcile himself with one day becoming an outlaw. Then my thoughts turned to the oppressive contract in general. It's the nature of cancer to expand. You've seen a great deal of it firsthand US expansionism since World War IL Edit Vicari T. Conclusions, millions of outlaws in the Union of South Africa, Jordan, Indochina, and here. Summary executions. Not of ITO Med soldiers but ordinary people. First women D Vietnam. The civic centers of every look-alike county in this country. And that's the principal contradiction of monopoly. It also breeds contempt for the oppressed. Accra of contempt is its fundamental survival technique, i.e. This leads to the excesses and destroys any hope FP cently being haves. I.e. have-nots. Coexistence J is impossible, Kant omtum pt *groth. Destruction of the oppressed or the termination one of oppression. History is clearly a long continuum of synthesizing ELE elements. The imbalances of the oppressive contract, ideals intellective can only result in the dissolution of the agents of that contradiction. The corollary of the contract is quite simply malignage. For a non-diseased mind throws one, hard against one of the that is victimizing them, brainwashed by the National Advertising Council's portrait of the silent Vinajati as well ISOT labor history. But even the nationalistic conditioning received in massive if even the workers' racism, a huge mass of blue-collar workers seem to be working wholly against themselves in their support of a SYS. Actually, their contradictory behavior is explained by feelings of loyalty to race, by their identification with the white hierarchy and by the economic advantage over the oppressed races. They to oppress millions of others. Economic nature of racism is not simply an aside. Exclude them forever. These features cannot be changed. We dress with loud tastelessness, a thing they now also about their own children. He forgets that he governs. He that has abused his responsibility to use taxes paid by blacks to 183. Improve their living conditions, that he manufactured the foo's pants and pointed shoes that destroy and defo are not now like him to suit his tastes. It's because he planned it that WIBIE never intended to. Il Amy Re. The only way the exploiter can maintain his position is to create differences and maintain deformities. Is the sense of the finality of their exclusion from solid forces out. Prevalence of anti-communal behavior or WHIH is a sci-fi. 8. Why the diseased mind? Its low spreading through deism. Even the mindless overman is dying from where is the black man? I see the almost total anemia. Him inseparable from the he now? How he has survived at all is almost beyond any rational plan. Early I understood the alternatives or the black situation, assimila beyond revolution. But John, I admit to some confusion over the IND has vacillated between the historical references, Atvoan feudalism and African communalism. I know that. 184. Primitive communism in one of the glossaries of his anti-people books. Dr. Dubois dealt with it in the Philadelphia manner. Why but that Europeans were not capable of communistic Unitarian behavior. I felt this, however, only briefly, since Unitarian, aft. Tail ID in some areas, after thousands of years of hierarchy. I've always turned to the pre-slavery past of African feudalism can onl, /EVE the average black man more uncertain and insecure than ever. It is difficult to understand why such negative, academia and obscure exoticism exists when there are int and our future. The commitment to total revolution must involve two motives which perpetuate the oppressive contract. For the black and elite SII. And people without a collective consciousness that transcends national boundaries freaks, Afro-Ame rare Nesros, even American Kane, the sense of alar, community than their own group can have no effect on history. Ultimately they will simply be eliminated from TE. Without the collective sense of sent community, without its 7 and institutions, our survival projects that will now force during the nationalist period of the collective oppressedality promoted by the establishment, the movement is frozen, static. This is the level of development favored by the oppressor. And respect for a nationalistic song or beat, the fervent leaf in a or thwarted toning for real community. The establishment does everything in its power to ensure that revolutionary releases for desires THIDB if allowed to progress. At this stage in the development of monopoly capitalism a reactivity or calcification. Conservative society, black or white, is as decadent society to the absence of creativity. Letter got right at the heart of that principle. The whole ideal of cultural nationalism has been all but smooth. 3 instances of armed black resistance, Lil Bobby Hutton was hot ID dem, in when he semper to escape. The shootout on Central is described in a previous note, the significance of August 7 is described in the introduction BAL. Hashtag the new programs of the Black Panther Party, which include free detention schools and prison projects. Ed. 186. Ed. Now. It was basically contrived out of the loss of community and the terms of the oppressive contract coercive. Chai. But we must all realize that the oppressive contract cannot be broken as long as an order of hierarchy exists to perpetuate the sensitized relationships of American tribal ilassi d raci eti ideable b. Ug intercommunalism * will require that the social sent contract be. Less berry is destroyed. Can we expect the hierarchy to away with itself? Then the real undertaking present is the unconditional freeing of the people. WGE beyond ideological debate before this immediate the black man and the Jack femme have mentally ordered things. Completely joined together in the act of liberation. I accept hysteria at times. But I also realize that it is the role of the living, of all the innocent, to discover unitary practice and inst the instituti 1h. Oppressed. Those who have more regard for their own egos or left together in favor of petty interests, are in direct opposition to our real Huey Newton's concept of the revolutionary solidarity of all the oppressed peoples of the world. Ed. Sad are attempting another form of escapism. They're fleeing the objective conditions of their real life and will eventually reach the ultimate contradiction of facing their father or brother, or old CL lassmate, comrade, or our wife, over he barrel of or they. Land, cast out by Euro people, suspected by their crime part. Husyn reminds us, there is always a positive side to catch negative. The confused resentment and reverie, of a black partisan will eventually lead to a new, more. There was no split in the party, only a defection. The party tragedy or total objective situation. Recall we discussed Jonathan and guerrilla strategy in the urban situation at length over that piece of paper with circles and lin and question marks. I guess now that he is deed, on the wheel are safe from his me it is safe 1f the muscle of movement. He felt as I did that the military and political opening stages should function separately from each other for very obvious reasons. In undeveloped countries, the ES. In Iris and Argo, a man's most trusted companion Ed. Plus the departee from the Black Panther Party of Eldridge Cleaver. And some of his followers in Algeria and New York. 188 miles down a dirt road in the provincial capital. There, however, can mingle with the enemy and remain invisible and invulnerable. In our present situation there is no contradiction between the military thinking and action and the primacy of politics. The situation allows for such activity as the August 7th movement, because it can be accomplished. To move in and destroy the political apparatus under the convenient and much used Anglo-Saxon laws. The primacy of politics will continue. Military reads, nicks up and works well within he reign political matrix. So Tonate Hand's raid on the Larry Al judiciary that Friday was at once an expression his own of clandestine army which saw the Black Panther Party as its attempt to support some of the minimum demands of the people without placing Huey Newton and David Hilliard in jeopardy of loss of movement or death, i.e., persecution in courts. That this is our only recourse at the present level of development is too obvious to even dwell on. It will not be possible, however, in THUTI just of the survival infrastructure will reveal the error of Cleaver's analysis that no separ should exist even now between military and political cadre, between military and 189. Political action. You know I sent him a message suggesting that Unitarian conduct depends on a principled discipline. Ism that sent him first against his Muslims, through the CP through his unreasoned attack on the magnificent Angela Davis. Recently he has even attacked the dedicated, overworked, and brilliant Charles Gary. Pattern with the man. You recall the reach be inched against Fidel and Cuba, and those accounts that seemed disparaging of his hosts which how reached the pig press here from time to time. Personal message to him was mild, considering that Pi was far from exemplary and had that section of it signed by Ulysses McDaniel and Clifford Jefferson, two of the oldest. One just given that did not indicate that he had changed much. I finally asked him simply to show proof now that he is compulsive disruptor or agent provocateur. A very mild request, I feel. He returned with a very scurrilous and profane set of invectives. In short, a piece of vendetta. Tell P discipline, tell him that the dragon is coming. 190. The substructured prison movements are Guy momentum. My trial is set for early August, 1971, AIB hearings in between of course. If they are at all like the last. Arts. I'm working hard to stay in form. I wasn't at my best ing. DLLCLH1I. Attend. Let me see your Sioux comrade in arms, he who does not fear the death or 1,000 cuts will dare unseat he emperor. George Jackson. The hearing of April 6, 1971. Afterward. Statement by Huey P. Newton, servant of the people, Black Panther Psi at the Revolutio Maria Memorial Survey for George Jackson. First, because many. Tween brother George Jackson and the Black Panther Party. When I went to prison in 1967 I met George. Not physically. But through his ideas, his thought ID words. He was at Soledad prison at the time, I was at California Penal Colony. George was 193. Afterward. A legendary figure throughout the prison system, where he spent M.O.T. George through his spirit. Shortly after. We've nived out him QT pot word through the prison grapevine that of General and Field Marshal. He was put in charge of the prison recruiting, and was asked to go on with his life as a revolutionary. Picari that cannot be killed say that the legendary figure is also a hero. George Jackson. For one that's characteristic of any soldier for the people. He inspired prisoners, whom I later re-entered, to put his ideas into practice, and so his became a living thing. Today I say TL that IRAT ideas live. And we will see that he ideas stay active, on a Panthers bodies, who are our children. So it's a true saying that core will be revolution from one generation to the next. This was Geo. As they advance, generation upon generation at kind of standard did George Jackson set. First, he was a Sioux man, without fear, determined, full of love, strength, and no matter glya. Is why no pain in giving up his life for the people's state itself sets the stage for the kind of contradiction or violence that occurs in our world, particularly in the prisons. The CII the stat. Afterward. Has the audacity to say they have the right to kill. They say they can find someone, subject to correction at a later date. Even if the state does wrong, it could give itself the semblance of legality by should deliver a life to them without a struggle. Can. Except that George Jackson had every right to do everything. The people. Even after his death, George Jackson is a legendary figure, and say that George Jackson killed 5 people, 5 oppressors, and wounded 3 in the space of 30 seconds. You know, some times I like to overlook the fact that this would be physically impossible. But after all, George Jackson is my hero. And IWALD. That George Jackson had the strength, because that would have him Superman. Of course, my hero would have to be a pack fought for freedom. Orge's last statement, the example of his conduct at San Cal prisoner Ars he left sanded for the liberation armies of the world. He showed you, act. He demonstrated how the unjust would be criticized by the weapon. And this will certainly be true, because the people tack to our very knees. He might crush us to the ground, but it will be I at some point high. Legs will get tired and the people will tear his kneecaps, but first the state sets EEE for such violence, you see. And some people say that we rid of this kind of physical MWI. On down to his knees, he can't go on. We will retaliate with violence against his violence. It's true that we'll be hurt by his on. We will tear his legs off, we'll tear his head off, and we'll take freed anyone who threatens the people and our children. We'll do it in name of PX soon as it will no longer exist. So we will be very practical. We won't make statements and believe the things the prison official, their incredible stories about one man killing 5 people in 20 seconds. We will go on and live very realistically. There will be pain and much suffering. Growing. I see the example that George set living on. We know hat sy. Of death, the reactionary death and the revolutionary death. One oeher is not a significant wa, while the death of the ones that fell that day in San Quentin will be lighter than 196. Afterward. Ather. In the hair, because we're determined to change their minds. We'll change their minds, or else in the people's name we'll have to wipe them out thoroughly, wholly, absolutely, and completely. All power to the people. Blood in My Eye was completed only days before the author died from bullet wounds during an alleged escape attempt from San Quentin Prison, California. Arrested at the age of 18 for allegedly taking part Terry confinement. This book testifies to how those years were spent, and why. He eaten with the memory of his stained brother, Nathan, constantly before him, Itis and Apic. Ari brothers is clear, who could be saved, Serenamor or Lve poor butchered Hal Sivayu or Jitnuan and Tyandiyu. Oven few ion pass on though torch join us, give up your life for the people. As expressed in the preface to this volume. What he saw and what he wanted, the central, basin of Hiati, Wan War, the revolutionary 3F the people against their oppressors, grow out of Parflave and Port before the world heard of him, George. 2 of tant documents since the first black was pushed off the ship at Jamestown Colony. In one of to be published, he summarizes 300 years of rage for untold millions of blacks, alive and dead. This is the most important single volume from a black since the autobiography of Malcolm X. Blood in My Eye takes up where Soledad Brother left off, and introduces the reader to the life force that was George L. Jackson. What the critics said about Soledad Brother, his collection of letters reveals unmistakably, he exists, his anger's pure and palpable, he is the produit stem that seeks rather than rehabilitate, and there will be others like him before too long. Attention must be paid. Christopher Lamenhawkt, The New York Times. Probably nothing so arss been published by a baccalaureate editing as Klaus Uthbone the raw stud, ragged and bleeding, of proudly refusing to bleed. They show us something of the process of becoming a man under such circumstances, and of becoming black. Peters. Prescott, Look Magazine. These letters comprise a remarkable portrait of a remarkable man, self-made in hell. Here is the remnant of an extraordinary generosity brutalized. Here is what might have been. Melvin Maddox, Light Magazine. As impressive a book as the autobiography of Malcolm X and Sue, on Ice. Jackson, displays at style which from the beginning was muscular, eloquent, practically defiant. I'd Swahili working 3H. The California prison system tried to his pint and erush his body. The reverse has happened. What was just another mindless petty C is now a super-motivated, super-articulate walking bomb. Maitland Zane, San Francisco Chronicle.